Hi, we are about to start the video.
Recording in progress.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to Financial Inclusion for Women, Water, and Climate Resilience. This forum is presented by the Financial Executives Institute of the Philippines, Forest Foundation Philippines, Water.org, and Acra Law, with the Manila Times as our official media partner. This forum is simultaneously broadcasted live on Phoenix's official Facebook and YouTube page.
May we request everyone to stand and join us in prayer, followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Ladies, Father, praise you for this event and your purpose for it. We know that when we gather together, you always have a divine agenda. We thank you for that even we have done what you have asked, the results are so much greater than we ever could have imagined. Amen. Now to introduce our morning session host. He is a director at Financial Executives Institute of the Philippines. Let us all welcome Mr. Domingo Domingo.
Everyone, and welcome to today's forum on financial inclusion for women, water, and climate resilience. This forum promises to foster an increasing awareness regarding the need for a sustainable path for water security and climate resiliency, not only in the Philippines, but also in the Asian region as well. And towards this end, we have invited experts and professionals as resource speakers so that we can all look forward to a day filled with insights and information on this topic. To start off our program for today, may I call on the organizers of this event, namely PHINEX President and SGV Chairman and Managing Partner, Mr. Wilson Tan, ACRA Law Senior Partner and Corporate Social Responsibility Directive Head, Attorney Alex Ferdinand Fidel, and Water.org South Asia Region Director and PHINEX Financial Inclusion Committee Chair, Ms. Griselda Gay Santos, to come up and deliver their respective remarks in the order I had called them. Thank you.
DNR Secretary Tony Yulos Loizaga, heads of fellow organizers, Forex Foundation, Water.org, ACRA Law, and my fellow PHINEX members, those who are joined online via Zoom, Facebook, or YouTube, and to everyone here in Fairmont Hotel, welcome and a pleasant morning to all of you. On behalf of PHINEX, it is our pleasure and privilege to be one of the organizers of today's event entitled Financial Inclusion for Women, Water, and Climate Resilience. As the world continues to grapple with myriad of issues such as the pandemic, the gender inequality, the water security, and climate change, working together and finding sustainable solutions have become imperative. As it stands, these problems will only worsen if we do not act now. Access to clean water is a fundamental human right, and according to United Nations, there may be a 40% global shortfall in freshwater resources by 2030 if we keep our consumption and production patterns unchanged. For climate change is also a water crisis. Floods, rising sea levels, droughts are some of its effects. And extreme weather changes affect the water by making it scarcer, polluted, or both. Accordingly, policymakers should focus on water security when devising action plans to build resilience and safeguard public health, which are especially crucial for the vulnerable members of the society. For people living in poverty, being deprived of clean water is costly. The grim reality is that individuals in many countries pay this sort of tax, whether in the form of trucking costs, of providing water to their slums, or medical-related expenses resulting from waterborne diseases. Low-income households lack access to clean water and sanitary facilities due to income volatility and uncertainty. Financial inclusion is paramount because it makes water and sanitation accessible to vulnerable population, notably women. In less developed regions, girls and women are inordinately responsible for collecting water. This onerous and often dangerous task deprives them of time they could spend learning, making a living, and being with their families. The water crisis strips of women of opportunities otherwise available to their male counterparts. Gender equity is one way to diminish poverty, and this can start with access to clean water. As such, women issues, climate change, financial inclusion, and water security are interrelated issues that should be addressed in a holistic manner. At PHINEX, being the premier organization of finance executives in the country, we are committed to helping advance financial inclusion and social equity. We recognize that we all have different starting points, circumstances, and needs. Understanding all of this is key to building more inclusive and accessible environments. So as I close, let us also appreciate once more the collective efforts that made this event possible. Forest Foundation, Water.org, ACRA Law, and FINEX, led by Chairperson Gay Santos of the FINEX Financial Inclusion Committee, and of course, our liaison director, Mr. Ador Abrahena. Once again, thank you for coming over this morning, and we look forward to a fruitful and insightful sessions throughout the day. Thank you.
Greetings to all of you who are present here and online, and welcome to the Financial Inclusion Forum of 2023, focusing on financial inclusion for women, water, and climate resilience. We bring together in this forum FINEX, Forest Foundation, Manila Times, Water.org, and yours truly representing the law firm Accra Law, to tackle an important and pressing issue in many countries, including ours, water security. We find many communities without a stable and affordable access to clean, potable. And now, given the El Nino phenomenon we are experiencing, this situation is expected to worsen. It is both a water security and, in the words of Pope Francis, a water poverty concern. We all know how important water is. Fresh drinking water is indispensable to human life to flourish, as well as for supporting our ecosystems. It is needed for agricultural care and industry. While we advocate financial inclusion as a step to attaining water security, we must also add an important concept. Access to safe drinking water is a universal human right. To deny people, especially the poor, of access to drinking water, or to deny them financial opportunities to enable them to access water, is to deny them the right to a life consistent with their inalienable dignity. Women who engage most of the time in running households directly suffer the hard effects of water poverty. Thus, we consider the perspective of the women and hone their unique capabilities and her feminine genius to contribute as well to solution building. Through this forum, we will see more clearly how our lives, our problems, and their solutions are all interconnected. Resolving the water poverty and water security problem goes beyond collaboration. What we must build is a culture that is grateful for the gift of life and the world, and looks out for the others, especially the marginalized. Borrowing from the writings of the late Pope Benedict XVI, ultimately, we should speak of a mindset that recognizes a higher instance than ourselves, and admits that we can harm creation and ourselves, where we see everything is simply our property and we use it simply for ourselves alone. The misuse of creation begins when we see nothing but ourselves. Let me conclude by saying that our initiatives may seem like water droplets that fall one at a time. Let us continue undaunted, because pools and cisterns filled to its capacity have been formed by water falling drop at a time. Thank you, everyone, and good morning.
Good morning, Secretary Loizaga, Secretary Jokno joining us this afternoon, Undersecretary Chateco, President Wilson Tan from FINEX, Attorney Canivel from Forest Foundation, Mr. Bomakara from National Bank of Cambodia, our Assistant Secretary Eric Planta from NEDA, my friend, former Secretary Chair Herbasa, former Secretary Babe Singson, Miel, and President Mary Ann from Rural Bank Association of the Philippines. Also my friend Tanya Hotchkiss, and of our constant media partner, the Manila Times, Dante Clink, Ang, Blanca Mercado, distinguished partners in SDG 6 in the Philippines and across Southeast Asia. More than 6 months have passed since we first gathered in the dialogue to tackle the water issue. I'm happy to let you know that so many milestones were reached since our first gathering. Partnerships were closed, particularly with players in the Philippines that will potentially mobilize $381 million in capital that will help close the financial gap in accessing safe water and increase reach to those in dire need of clean water. With the opening up of travel early this year, I came face to face with a number of partners in the region. In January, I met with a number of partners in Jakarta, public and private sector, and happy to share the steady commitment from our partners to keep lending in the water sector, despite the challenges encountered during the pandemic. In February, we closed our partnerships in Cambodia with Cambodia Water Association and Microfinance Association of the Philippines with the support of the National Bank of Cambodia. This sets us right to the right path of tackling not just the access to water, but also the quality of water in Cambodia. All this leads us to the steady path of reaching our FY23 goals in water.org to mobilize capital and increase people reach. These results underscore the importance of bringing together the right partners and stakeholders that will drive results in this underappreciated Sustainable Development Goal number 6. Yes, much was achieved, but much more needs to be done. Today, we come together with expanded and stronger partnerships. Joining us are our new partners, Forest Foundation, CARD SME. These new partnerships magnify the importance of connecting the dots, solving the women inclusion, access to safe water, forest and earth preservation will lead together to greater inclusion and resilience. As you may know, despite the increased awareness and concrete actions taken to address the gender inequality or gap, there is much still that can be done. According to the World Economic Forum in 2022, the global gender gap has been closed by 68.1%. At the current rate of progress, it will take 132 years to reach full parity. Quoting Bono, who has been instrumental in leading our co-founder Matt Damon to embrace the advocacy of SDG 6, give a man a fish and he will eat for a day. Give a microcredit, she, her husband, children, and extended family will eat for a lifetime. This is exactly what water.org does with its water credit program. Through our technical assistance, we give women from households earning $2 to $6 a day, 300 pesos at the most, the chance to enter the financial system, establish their first relationship with a financial institution through microloans that will help them connect to safe water. This is clearly a sustainable path to financial inclusion. In this regard, we are grateful for the first movers, the Microfinance Association of the Philippines, President Cambrul of ASA Philippines, for partnering with us. We very much look forward to this new partnership with CARD, with Dr. Alip, on reaching greater heights in bringing access to safe water to more communities. Among the new partnerships we are setting is Foundation. I have mentioned in my previous speeches that we should act with urgency and not wait for water to be the next gold. Sadly, it is already that. Water is already among the most traded product. Based on a 2021 data, top exporters include France at $902 million, China at $693 million, Italy at $651 million. Most recently, I encountered a company that harvests water from the glaciers of Antarctica. Glaciers form a vital part of the water cycle in many areas of the world. They serve as storage tanks, collecting water during winters and releasing the water in warmer months, forming the base flow for many rivers. If this cycle is disrupted, it will adversely impact the balance of the ecosystem, particularly the forest. And most recently, in the first time in Dubai, I was astonished to know that one bottled water in a restaurant cost $12. It is already happening. Water is a very expensive commodity. Ironically, water has always been used as a metaphor for concept of money or concepts in the finance industry. This includes financial lingo like cash flow, liquidity, frozen asset. Referencing an article, money is a lot like water. It flows all over the planet, and everywhere it goes, it is useful. Like money, if water is not sustained, nothing will be passed on to the future generations. In Gandhi's very words, the earth, the air, the land, if I may add, forests, and the water are not an inheritance from our forefathers, but on loan from our children. So we have to hand them over to them, at least as it was handed over to us. As you may know, I assumed this role recently, 2 years ago. In the course of those 2 years, I can say mobilizing participation and sustained support for SDG 6 is a challenge. I encounter a good number who will show enthusiasm as a check in a box. Not everyone will treat this issue with urgency. There's still that misconception that water is an endless resource. Then again, I am confident that those of you who chose to join this dialogue today are the movers, the shakers, and influencers that will move the needle to the sustainable path to clean water. Thank you very much, and I look forward to this all-day dialogue and the collaboration and partnerships coming out of this dialogue. Joining us today, she previously served as the president of the National Resilience Council. She was a member of the United Nations International Office for Disaster Risk Science Advisory Group and Asia Pacific Science and Technology Academia Advisory Group. She likewise served on the Science Advisory Board of the Integrated Research on Disaster National Center of FA. She was also a member of the Board of Directors of UNDRR's Alliance for Disaster Resilient Societies, ARISE, Philippines Initiative. Let us please welcome Secretary Maria Antonia Yulo Loizaga.
Good morning. Thank you very much for this kind invitation. Mr. Wilson Tan, President of FINEX, Mr. Domingo Go, Director of FINEX as well, Mr. Gay Santos of Water.org, Secretary Baby Singson, a good and old friend, President CEO of Metro Pacific Water, Attorney Ongi Canivel. I haven't seen Ongi yet, but he's also a good friend. And distinguished panelists, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to address you today. Water is essential to all life on Earth. The way we use and treat this precious resource not only impacts our health and our well-being, but inextricably linked to the pillars of sustainable development, the economic, social, and the environmental. The universal human right to water guarantees everyone the right to sufficient, safe, accessible, and affordable water, as well as access to safe and acceptable, hygienic, and sanitation facilities. However, despite our efforts in the country, around 11 million Filipinos still rely on unsafe water sources, according to a report by the Food and Agriculture Organization. The Philippines is also among 32 countries with water stress levels between 25% to 70%, which is higher than the global average. The sector that is most vulnerable to climate change is the water sector. Specifically, climate change has already modified the water cycle, which in turn affects availability, quality, and distribution of water. This is happening with precipitation shifting already geographically in our country, with Mindanao showing in total dry season rainfall in many model projections. There are also changes we are seeing in the temporal distribution of rainfall, resulting in rainier rainy seasons, drier dry seasons across the country. Imprinted on these changes are the shifting of typhoon tracks with a more southwardly landfall and more frequent El Nino cycles. Incidentally, we are again entering into a new El Nino event, as you all know, towards the end of the year. Looking forward, we can expect more intense, but not necessarily more frequent tropical cyclones and bursts of extreme rainfall, along with creeping increases in temperature and, of course, sea level rise. These climate hazards, combined with increasing demand for water from our growing population and water-intensive industries, including the 10% of national electricity which we derive from hydropower, and the degradation of high-value ecosystems that support this resource, define the systemic risk and vulnerability that characterizes our development pathways in this country. Relevant to today's topic, I've heard many different definitions of where women are vulnerable. It's the intersectionality of vulnerability that women suffer from, that include gender, income, age, differential capabilities, and access to social that make them the most vulnerable to water shortages. Today, more than ever, there is critical need for nexus governance for climate and disaster, one that pursues a balance between supply, distribution, and consumption of water for health, food, energy, human, and environmental security. Building equity in the water sector requires us to address the ecological, political, socioeconomic, and engineering risks, as well as, perhaps quite important, the national and local for science-informed governance. To address these challenges, the department is embarking on two synergistic approaches to solving the problem of water. The first is an attempt to the effective management of the country's water resources, and secondly, the use of geospatial data in monitoring the state of our natural resources, including water. In last year's State of the Nation address, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. stated, "We will look into the precarious freshwater supply situation in the country, especially in our urban areas. Many of our water supply systems date back to the 1950s, and they must now be rehabilitated and improved." This administration is moving decisively in this direction. For the first time in our country's history, the major water agencies are under one roof and coordinated by the new Water Resources Management Office. The President has directed the creation of this office under the DNR to achieve water security by integrating the functions of all agencies with water-related mandates. This apex body will strengthen the coordination among various agencies and provide a venue for coherent policy formulation and rationalized functions to address needs. This executive order that has implemented the WMO is also aligned with efforts to establish, eventually, a Department of Water. There are long-standing institutional issues which we now have a strong chance of solving, and this unlocks some of the barriers in managing water. It also opens the possibility of coordinating projects between agencies to end up with more efficient programs like the construction of multi-use dams and reservoirs. As some of you know, one of the first offices I created in the DNR is the Geospatial Database Office. I believe in the power of evidence-informed decision-making and that all decisions have spatial and temporal dimensions. The second step I took is to establish the position of the Undersecretary for Integrated Environmental Science. This ensures that the science needed for ocean, land, atmospheres of the environment and natural mandate is embedded in all Bureau deliberations and decisions. Using satellite imagery and geographic information systems, we are now able to detect watershed and mangrove health, the recent oil spill and other related hazards, water quality challenges, illegal activities, and potential future water resources for development. These two actions will eventually ensure that we are able to identify, account, mitigate, store, and regenerate our natural capital from ridge to reef. In short, we're able to see changes in these terrains and cross-reference them with permits and other instruments. As a side note, you will be interested to know that this new office, the Geospatial Office, consists of 80% women, many of whom are actually quite young. The median age of this group of young scientists is actually 23. These new capacities will now also allow us to assist in de-risking investments and improve water resource management down to the community level. Utilizing these new capacities and platforms, we have adopted a whole-of-government approach to resolving water challenges. An example of this is we are using a physical database to work with the DPWH, the DILG, NEDA, water utilities, to identify the best sources of surface water to serve the needs of communities in local governments. Currently, we are also working with the DPWH and the DILG in providing water to 1,374 barangays across Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. The WRMO is also working with the private sector to bring water to those who need it most, such as those 65 isolated barangays we have now identified. Those are in island municipalities. Allow me to close by saying that the DNR believes in the power of information and, more importantly, science and information-based decision-making with the support of the best technologies available. We already have the policy basis for the way ahead, but we will continue to support its responsiveness. The Philippine Development Plan of 2023 to 2028 aims to attain water security, ecological integrity of water systems, and resilience to water hazards. This is aligned with SDG 6, ensuring the availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. The Philippine Water Supply and Sanitation Master Plan of 2019 to 2030 also presents actions for universal access to safe water and sanitation by 2030. In summary, water is a fundamental resource for human health, economic development, ecological sustainability, but also for inclusive and resilient development. It plays a critical role in many aspects of community life, specifically food production, for example, sanitation, hygiene, and energy production. In times of crisis and in the face of multiple hazards and intersecting vulnerabilities, the resilience of our communities will be put to the test. Our goal is to secure a robust source of water, a challenge for our communities who already have to deal with volatile and uncertain times. I would like to close my message today by sharing some parts of the Philippine country statement delivered during the United Nations Water Conference in March. Attaining universal, adequate, and equitable access to safely managed water and sanitation services are at the core of inclusive and sustainable development. Water resource management approaches that overcome barriers to water and sanitation access and improved health are therefore imperative. Moreover, risk-informed and transformative governance increases affordability of safe drinking water and sanitation services must be sustained in order to advance health, livelihoods, and the dignity of all, while preserving ecosystem integrity for the benefit of generations to come. During this conference, we committed to a global water sector resilience agenda that ensures reliable and equitable access to safe water, sanitation, improved health, and gender equality. This requires that we address not only the physical risks through engineering solutions, but the ecological, socioeconomic, cultural, and governance challenges we face as well. The failure to provide water security is the failure to provide food, water, energy, environmental, and human security for all. We urge the international community to prioritize climate resilience through robust, equitable, and sustainable positive development pathways, and call for a deeper integration of the water agenda into key global agreements. The water sector has the opportunity to lead change and deliver transformative solutions in the Philippines' quest for climate resilient, inclusive, and sustainable development. The DNR looks forward to working with all of you to ensure that no person, no community, and no ecosystem is left behind. In short, there is no substitute at this moment for coherence, convergence, and synergy in water governance. With your partnership, I know these are all possible, and water security can be reached and achieved for the Philippines. Thank you very much, and mabuhay.
Thank you very much, Secretary Loizaga, Phoenix President Wilson, Attorney Fider, and of course, Ms. Gay Santos. At this point, we will now have a 15-minute coffee break before we go on to our first session. Thank you.
For some people, getting water is as easy as turning on the faucet. But for millions of others, it is a daily struggle that dominates their lives. This is the global water crisis, and it is the most urgent social challenge of our time. I'm Matt Damon, co-founder of Water.org. For more than 30 years, we've made it our mission to empower people in need with sustainable access to safe water and sanitation at home. We can't solve other global challenges without investing in water. Water is the best investment the world can make to empower women, fight climate change, improve health, and end poverty. Right now, millions of people are paying high prices for water from vendors or collecting water from unsafe natural sources. Both options cost families in time, money, opportunities, and health. What if they didn't have to? What if they could get access to the funds needed to give their families a long-term safe water solution at home and a private place to go? They can. Water.org breaks down the financial barriers between people living in poverty and the safe water and toilet they need to survive and thrive. Our solutions are smart, simple, and sustainable. We work with our in-country financial partners to add loans for water and sanitation solutions to their portfolios. These partners then mobilize funds from capital markets to provide affordable loans to people in need of water. People living in poverty use these loans for solutions such as taps, toilets, storage tanks, or piped connections in their homes. Repaid loans create the opportunity for another family to finance the solutions they need fast and affordably. This solution is scalable. It changes more lives faster and more efficiently. Millions stand ready to change their families' lives through this proven, powerful approach, and you can make it happen. Now is the time to invest in water. For people, for progress, and for possibility. The future of families around the world depends on it. Join us today at water.org.
We are all connected to the forests. They take care of us, so we must also take care of them. That's why we're rooting for the future to protect, restore, and conserve our forests for a better tomorrow. Our Results Framework 2023 to 2027 aims to deepen our existing partnerships and extend our reach to new partners, leading to lasting positive impact. Guided by the Sustainable Landscape approach, the framework aims to protect and sustainably manage the forests for water, land, and biodiversity to support climate action. It emphasizes collective, transformative actions and offers a practical strategy for effectively protecting, sustainably managing, and conserving our forests. Our efforts will focus on the following forest landscapes: Sierra Madre, Palawan, Samar and Leyte, and Mindanao. These landscapes have significant blocks of forest cover that provide ecosystem services for regional economies that are also home to forest-dependent communities, including indigenous peoples. We also support site-based projects outside the focal landscapes, including those in small islands, mangrove and beach forests, watersheds, and key biodiversity areas. In the coming years, we aim to achieve these 4 outcomes. Grow forests. We will support projects that protect, manage, and conserve forests and adjacent ecosystems. Grow opportunities. We will empower local communities by improving their livelihoods and developing economic incentives. Grow partners. We will capacitate various stakeholders in decision-making and encourage active multi-sectoral participation. Grow advocates. We will empower everyone to advocate for the forests through knowledge sharing and advocacy. Join us in setting solid roots and foundations for a better tomorrow. Apply for a grant and partner with us today.
Stage, dalawa yan.
Kasi ito pang audience.
Saan yung isa? Try niyo po. Wag na, tatlo na sa... Walang po.
Paano?
For some people, getting water is as easy as turning on the faucet. But for millions of others, it is a daily struggle that dominates their lives. This is the global water crisis, and it is the most urgent social challenge of our time. I'm Matt Damon, co-founder of Water.org. For more than 30 years, we've made it our mission to empower people in need with sustainable access to safe water and sanitation at home. We can't solve other global challenges without investing in water. Water is the best investment the world can make to empower women, fight climate change, improve health, and end poverty. Right now, millions of people are paying high prices for water from vendors or collecting water from unsafe natural sources. Both options cost families in time, money, opportunities, and health. What if they didn't have to? What if they could get access to the funds needed to give their families a long-term safe water solution at home and a private place to go? They can. Water.org breaks down the financial barriers between people living in poverty and the safe water and toilet they need to survive and thrive. Our solutions are smart, simple, and sustainable. We work with our in-country financial partners to add loans for water and sanitation solutions to their portfolios. These partners then mobilize funds from capital markets to provide affordable loans to people in need of water. People living in poverty use these loans for solutions such as taps, toilets, storage tanks, or piped connections in their homes. Repaid loans create the opportunity for another family to finance the solutions they need fast and affordably. This solution is scalable. It changes more lives faster and more efficiently. Millions stand ready to change their families' lives through this proven, powerful approach, and you can make it happen. Now is the time to invest in water. For people, for progress, and for possibility. The future of families around the world depends on it. Join us today at water.org.
We are all connected to the forests. They take care of us, so we must also take care of them. That's why we're rooting for the future to protect, restore, and conserve our forests for a better tomorrow. Our Results Framework 2023 to 2027 aims to deepen our existing partnerships and extend our reach to new partners, leading to lasting positive impact. Guided by the Sustainable Landscape approach, the framework aims to protect and sustainably manage the forests for water, land, and biodiversity to support climate action. It emphasizes collective, transformative actions and offers a practical strategy for effectively protecting, sustainably managing, and conserving our forests. Our efforts will focus on the following forest landscapes: Sierra Madre, Palawan, Samar and Leyte, and Mindanao. These landscapes have significant blocks of forest cover that provide ecosystem services for regional economies that are also home to forest-dependent communities, including indigenous peoples. We also support site-based projects outside the focal landscapes, including those in small islands, mangrove and beach forests, watersheds, and key biodiversity areas. In the coming years, we aim to achieve these 4 outcomes. Grow forests. We will support projects that protect, manage, and conserve forests and adjacent ecosystems. Grow opportunities. We will empower local communities by improving their livelihoods and developing economic incentives. Grow partners. We will capacitate various stakeholders in decision-making and encourage active multi-sectoral participation. Grow advocates. We will empower everyone to advocate for the forests through knowledge sharing and advocacy. Join us in setting solid roots and foundations for a better tomorrow. Apply for a grant and partner with us today.
May I request everybody to take their seats, please? At this point, may I call on Phoenix President Wilson and Ms. Gay Santos to present a token of appreciation to Secretary Loizaga. Ano bang token mo? You should have used the art. Okay. Kausap pa eh. Secretary Loizaga.
We
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary Loizaga, President Wilson, and Ms. Gay Santos. At this point, we will now proceed to this morning's first session on water, forest preservation, and climate change, perspectives of various international organizations and NGOs. May I now request the following to come up the stage as I call on them. And joining us for this session are Forest Foundation Philippines Executive Director, Attorney Jose Andres Ongi Canivel, who unfortunately cannot be with us and is represented this morning by Ms. Dayan Bagi, Program Officer of Forest Foundation. Rotary Club of Sentosa, Singapore President Abe Jacob. PERPAMSI member and water utility expert, Mr. Subekti, and incidentally, PERPAMSI is the Association of Drinking Water Companies in Indonesia. Grenex Indonesia Operation Manager Atia Rakmadi, and of course, to facilitate the discussion, may I call on Phoenix Director Edith Di Chiao to join them.
Wala taga-for. Okay na po. Sa gitna nga po. Wala taga-for.
Oh, morning, gentlemen. I hope you're enjoying your stay in Manila. Anyway, let's start our discussion today. I was supposed to start with the forest, but is she here? Yes, she's here. Miss Diet? Come. She can sit. Good morning, Diane. Okay, let's start the discussion about Forest Foundation. Can you just give us in brief what Forest Foundation is doing and how it is in protecting our water resource?
Okay po. So, good morning everyone. I'm Dan Bagi. I'm a program officer of Forest Foundation Philippines. Unfortunately, our executive director got sick early this morning, so he will not be able to join us today. Forest Foundation Philippines is a grant-making institution. It was established under 2 bilateral agreements between the United States of America and the Philippine government. Currently, we provide grants and technical assistance to empower the people to protect our forests. So, as previously shared in our institutional video, we have adopted 4 focal groups wherein most of our grants program or support will be provided. So this includes the Sierra Madre, Palawan, Samar and Leyte, and currently Mindanao, which spans from Bohol and Misamis Oriental, now covering the area in the Eastern Mindanao Biodiversity Corridor. At the moment, most of our projects related to watershed conservation includes capacity building for watershed managers, including support for forest protection. We also provide support for studies, terms of hydrogeological studies, which can be used in terms of science-based decision making. And also provide support for enriching our water and resources in terms of tree growing initiatives, from the raising of native tree species, actual planting, forest protection, maintenance.
I have a question, like there's an impending so-called El Nino again. Are you in any way coordinating with government agencies on how to first incidents from happening again? Because I think a few years back we had this bad El Nino in our country.
Okay po. So one of the support that the foundation is providing to most of our partners is ensuring that we will be able to establish a fire line and maintain fire breaks. So this includes planting of species that can hinder further increase in forest fire, such as planting of banana, among others. We also provide support for capacity building to our forest protection officers in terms of carrying out the forest fire suppression measures.
Okay. I've checked. You have this certain approach that you work in our country, which you call the pamamaraan approach. In brief, how do you translate this or teach the community on following this approach on how to conserve the forest while giving them livelihood?
Yes po. So we follow the sustainable landscape approach. So we value the community knowledge in terms of knowing what their forests are, what are their current uses, and then integrating the information that can be derived from science. So we value including resource assessment, from resource assessment, we conduct market research or market study. What are the current economic activities that can be supported, but of course should be related to forest conservation. And then from there, we assist them in terms of linking them to market, develop the enterprise that can sustain their current forest conservation
Yeah,
initiatives.
thank you. I think you will have, I think you work closely with our DNR for
Yes
this,
po.
which
Apo.
is very good.
So the foundation po, part of our board of trustees is DNR, our secretary Tony Loizaga has been very supportive, as well as Ms. Tanya Hotchkiss. So yun po.
Thank you, Diane. So we go on with our distinguished guest from the Rotary Club of Singapore, Abe. Would you like to share with us your advocacies and your programs in terms of conserving and distribution of water to our neighboring countries? I heard to Cambodia, is that right? Okay. Yeah, sure.
Hi, good morning, everyone. It's great to be back in the Philippines after almost 7 years. Good morning to all of you. My name is A.B. Jacob. I'm the current president of the Rotary Club of Sentosa, Singapore. And the reason I'm here is because we did an international service project to Siem Reap, Cambodia in February. And that's where I had the pleasure of meeting Ms. Santos and Dick, and we had a lot of conversations, and they followed us to see what we were doing. And Gay thought that it might be a good idea for me to share something, even though the business model might be the exact opposite of what water.org is doing. So our Rotary Club is very young. It's only 15 years old. And we've been doing some international projects in Phnom Penh, in Persat, right? And what we have been doing is whichever NGO wanted to work with us, we work with them. And it was all very single approach projects, not much in terms of sustainability, right? But when we got to Siem Reap after almost 11 years, we found a local community partner called the Cambodia Community Dream Organization, and they've been our partner since. At the end of my talk, I'll talk a little bit about what are the key learning points, but this is a good local partner for us, and we decided to get into the WASH program by going around to some of the villages, talking to the provincial government, talking to villagers about what their needs were, and we decided that we will do a pilot, just a small village, and we started building some proper roofs for their homes, digging wells with them. We started providing them with storage tanks for water, portable water filters, and so on. And we found that this was actually a great success, right? Because we did not pay for labor, we paid for the materials. Villagers and started doing the work. So they have what we call empowerment, right? They have skin in the game. So we found that this was an approach that was useful. So we went back to Rotary International and started applying for what we call global grants. So we get our donors and our supporters and our friends to donate money for our projects, but Rotary International provides a certain amount of funds. So that's a happy marriage, right? So we went ahead and did one of the villages, right? We built 64 houses, built 40 wells, water storage tanks, the whole shebang that I just described. And it was successful. I mean, raised $80,000 for the US dollars. It was so successful, we immediately did a second one, which was approved because it's proven can be done. So another $80,000. But while we were doing WASH in the villages for this amount of money, we came across through some of our assessment and talking to people that there was a very significant portion of people who needed a different type of WASH project, and that is to build toilets in schools. So in the period of the pandemic, we've actually done 8 global grants, which is pretty unheard of. So what is happening was the schools, they have anywhere from 300 to more than 1,000 students. And a lot of NGOs have gone in before and built toilets with 2 cubicles. Interestingly, when we went back to do the audit, we found that that's fantastic. It's in a bit of state of disarray because no one's kind of maintained it. And one of the toilets is used by the teachers, and the remaining cubicle is used by the students. Just picture this, 2 cubicles, one for the teachers and administrators, and the remainder for 300 to 1,000 students. What does this do? Students are not motivated to come to school, especially the female students. Parents are not motivated to send the children to school. This is over and above many of the children having to walk anywhere between 3 to 10 miles a day to school, one way, right? So let me now backtrack this a little bit away from the WASH project that I've been just saying. When we were doing work in the province of Persat, we noticed that there was an opportunity to provide bicycles to school children. So we started providing, this is a reconditioned bicycles from a Japanese manufacturer that had a deal going on in Phnom Penh. So we buy in bulk from Phnom Penh, and it only cost us about 80 Sing dollars. So we got donors to give money for the bicycles, and we give it to school children. So the school children are happy because they don't have to start walking when it's dark and don't come home when it's dark. They've got a bicycle. It takes them 20% of the time to get to school, maybe even 10. So just keep this in mind because there's a story to follow after this. So for 4 years, we did a lot of work in Persat. And before this year, we had already donated about 7,000 bikes to both schools in Persat and Siem Reap. Right? 1,000 bikes a year, that's our target. So because of the pandemic, all these things were kind of slowed down other than the WASH projects. And this year we had an opportunity to go out there and do something. So we put out the word for 1,000 bicycles. We received the donations in less than 48 hours. We also went to do an audit to make sure that during the pandemic, what the local community partners say they would do is what was actually happening on the, right? In a period of 3 years, we have actually impacted 34 schools. And we brought our donors this year to Siem Reap to see where their money was going. So all in all, the donors felt that, wow, now we have 5 cubicles per school. Children are motivated to come to school. Parents are willing to send, especially the female students, to school. And we realized, right, a bit hindsight 2020, that children come to school on bicycles made it easier for them to come. So what started out as 2 seemingly separate projects, Bike to School, WASH project, has suddenly come together to encourage both parents and students to come to school, stay in school, and study hard. And that has made a lot of difference. So we realized that there are few things to make such projects critical. One, of course, is money. No money, you know the rest of it, right? So,
no honey.
No honey, right? So we bring the donors who have committed now to another almost 100 schools in the next 5 or 6 years. That amount of money, seeing what we have done. Secondly, the need for needs assessment. Going to these schools, doing the bicycle project as a runaway project, doing the WASH toilets as a runaway project, we realized that we can circle back and do so much more for the schools, right? Like planting fruit trees, like setting up computer labs, so many other things. So the need for needs assessment as well as audits to make sure what we say is what we do. And I think village empowerment or school empowerment is also very important, because once they feel that this is ours, we will keep the toilets clean. We will make sure that the water tanks and the washing stations are clean and all that, and we have access to drinking water. Then they take on the ownership for this, right? They are empowered to do this. And once you have a good local partner, a trustworthy local partner, you can do that, gain that extra mileage in terms of how fast you want to do the projects. So that's a little bit of sharing.
Thank you, Abe. I think it's about cooperation in different levels, the private, the public, the local government, and making sure that the local community owns the project itself. And for your projects, very good that you have donors who gives. But I think your transparency also shows that if you give report to your donors, the more donors will be more ways to support your projects.
That's right.
Thank you. And Mr. Subekti, our expert on water utility, hopefully you can share to us on how you address some people who are facing challenges like the Philippines, and let us know what you have done and what your further plans as well. Mr. Subekti, you have a request?
Presentation.
Can Mr. Subekti show his presentation just quick? How do they have or you don't have a copy?
Okay, send to.
You have a.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is it okay? Okay. My name is Subekti from the Perpamsi. Perpamsi is water utility organization. Actually, this is association. So based on the regulation, Indonesia is water operator is responsible by the local government. So local governments operates by the local government owns company actually. So that's why my association, the members is coming from the water utility. There are 440 utility, 440 companies, local companies. Also 52 members from the company, from the industry, from private, yes, private. So the main job of the Perpamsi is how to increase the performance of the local utility in Indonesia. Yes, by regulations, the utility must be operate full cost recovery, but in reality, just only 37% running using the full cost recovery. It means only around 147 companies. This is full cost recovery, operate by full cost recovery, and another is still struggle to fishing the good operate. So this is situation in Indonesia. So that's why proposal from the Perpamsi is how to restructure the tariff for the utility. So no, exactly. So tariff is responsible by local government, so that's why this is very difficult to tariff because there is interference from the local politicians.
So it's controlled. Yeah,
yes.
a little.
So that's why this is proposal for water association that tariff must be decided by the central governments, not the local governments. So this is our proposal. So we have programs to improve the performance. One of the program is we call the partnership, water operator partnership, local water operator partnership. So this is a good performance of water utility as a mentor and the poor performance as a mentee. Until now, we have 92 partnership among the water utility, and yes, not 100% success. There are 6 partnerships fails. So the main reason is commitment. If the water utility commitment is high, will be success. This is the water operator partnership. And we have also clinic. We call the clinic. Why? Because water association prepare the doctor, technical doctor, financial doctor. So we advise all the water utility to make a recommendation, also make advocating for all stakeholders in the local governments. So we have also scholarship because the water association have we have also cooperate with the academy to improve the performance. We have scholarship for the diploma for analyst chemical analyst. So this is our program to improve of water utility.
Okay. For those who are successful that are doing cost recovery,
yes.
What can share success factor? How can you make it successful that they can do their water recovery?
Okay. This is a commitment from the local governments. Commitment from the mayor, commitment from the head of region, to improving the tariff. So sometimes the mindset is a wrong mindset. So for example, in the region, the credit service is only 20%. So as a politician, this is, I don't agree to increasing tariff because the people is not agree. So I said, whose people? 20% or 80%? The utility just 80% is still not coverage. So if not improving, we cannot serve 80%. So this must be changed the mindset of the local governments. This is important. So that's why our program is visited to the mayor, visited the local parliament, and how to improve the awareness in water and sanitation.
Okay, I hope it doesn't happen here in our country. Anyway, have you worked? Are you partnering with water.org
Yeah,
so
of
they can
course.
share more technology and more advices to you
Yes,
for
in collaboration with water.org, actually. Okay, we want to improve the access of the water. So that's why we collaborate with water.org how to finance increasing the coverage, increasing the access with microcredits. So also the promote, this is a good one. Good example, this is performance-based contract. So yes, we are facing the losses, non-revenue water still 33%. This is national level. And we want to decrease the non-revenue water. So there is a company, private company, actually, this is the pay by the performance.
Yes.
This is a good example. So with the water.org, we promote this scheme. This is a good scheme because for the water utility, almost zero risk, because pay only with performance, and performance not achieved doesn't pay. So this is a good.
Yes, it's like working.
So collaborate with water.org,
Performance-based.
this is to promote all of.
Yeah, and I think if water.org can help you also explain to the local government how the
of course.
recovering of costs and how it can help the community as well. It's not only giving them water, but also giving them chances, good health, sanitation, and even livelihood to your community.
This is a good opportunity to collaborate.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Thank you,
So
Mr.
actually,
Subig.
if we are talking finance, so the coverage service in Indonesia is still 22%. So now government is the budget is limited.
Yes.
So now we discuss how to finance the water and sanitation infrastructure. So that's why next event we have Indonesia Water and Wastewater Forum, 6, 7, 8, and the main topic in the conference is alternative financing for water and sanitation.
That's our topic for the next session,
Also
afternoon
collaborate
chat.
with water.
Yes, correct. That's correct, sir. Anyway, with Indonesia's growing economy, I think giving water to more millions of people is also very vital. Correct? Thank you. And Mr. Haditya, can you tell us about Grenex, your company, what it's doing for Indonesia as well?
Hello everyone, good morning. My name is Aditya Rahmadi. I am the operational manager of Grenex Group Indonesia. So Grenex Group is actually a small company, rather small company that works on water and wastewater businesses. And although we can consider new, we just started in 2015. We have gained the trust of the water utility, or we call it in Indonesia is PDAM, and we are working on several projects in West Java and Banten. So we already have 10 subsidiaries company that working all over the West Java and Banten. So our work includes the public-private partnership with the PDAM, such as the BOT, Build, Operate, Transfer of the water treatment plant. We already have 3 water treatment plants running for the capacity of 550 liters per second. And another one is upcoming in October 23, hopefully. So, and the other one is the Mr. Subekti said, performance-based contract in reducing the non-revenue water. So actually, this is kind of like a pilot project in Indonesia, but it is not a pilot project because it is a huge financial risk for us. The investment that we're giving is around $1.3 million for 5 years. So it was kind of like a pilot project because it was the first one in the Indonesia, but yeah, it is a huge risk for us. So we started the activity in 2021, and the baseline of non-revenue water in Babelan sub-district is around 40.41%. And to this date, we have successfully to reduce the non-revenue water to 18.03%.
Oh, that's good. So are you getting paid?
Of course.
So what you're saying, non-revenue water, these are the leakages. The water that flows but never got into the meter, and it's just a waste.
Yes, of course.
It's like, it's also similar challenge for our water companies here in the Philippines. They're trying to subdue or stop the water leakages which are non-revenue. And so far, how many projects are you doing it? That's the first project, from 40 to 18%.
Yes.
And do you have another one in the pipeline?
The next one is, hopefully we can be operating in next month. It is the non-revenue water. It's the same project. It's non-revenue water reduction in 2 districts, in South Cikarang and Cibarusah district. And actually, we collaborate with Water.org in developing the feasibility studies, and Water.org provide technical and financial assistance for us to develop this.
Oh, that's good to hear. And you financed it on your own, or do you have collaboration with other banks or financial institution in Indonesia?
Okay, we have partner from South Korea. Actually, we learn a lot from them. Because in Indonesia, we don't have any examples of the agreement should be like, about the business model, how we should like, yeah. And we partner up with our partner in South Korea, and we learn their best practices, we learn from their experience, we learn about how the general agreement is supposed to be, and they also helped us in financing in terms of technology.
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, in Metro Manila, I guess it's the 2 water companies who are addressing all the needs for the leakages. Maybe if we can find somewhere else in the country, you can also introduce us to your Korean partners.
Okay.
Maybe it will do a lot. Anyway, going back to Forest Foundation, Ma'am, you started with Water.org. You're the new, I think. And have you identified projects that you will partner with Water.org at the moment, Ms. Dayan?
Yes po. So while we don't have a formal undertaking at this time, we were able to identify a specific area wherein pull in our funds to support forest conservation initiative, and hopefully assist our community partners in terms of access to financing mechanisms available.
Do you also work for stopping the cutting of trees? Is that part of your program? Because I know trees are valuable. We were taught in grade school, high school, that if we have trees, we have less soil erosion. If there are coming, less destruction, and our water are not being clogged with the sediments.
Yes,
is that correct?
Yeah. Foundation, together with our partners, such as non-government organizations and people's organization, particularly our forest-dependent communities, together with the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, we support forest protection initiatives, particularly forest patrolling. So we were able to map out where the current threats are. So if there's illegal logging or illegal activities, and then at the same time, support for if the need for filing of this, or if there's a need to equip them in terms of patrolling, such as providing tablet that they can use to use Lawin. So there's a specific biodiversity monitoring tool that we use.
Yeah, because DNR, as the secretary said, they're using satellites to monitor those activities, which is very good, using technology.
Yes, po. And it also can speed up taking action on the reported cases.
Yes. And Mr. Abe, are there plans of expansion aside from Cambodia? Are you concentrated in the areas that you're supporting at the moment?
There's opportunity to work across Southeast Asia, that's for sure, right? Whether it's Indonesia, whether it's the Philippines, whether it's Thailand, Malaysia, and so on. I think for now, as I said, we are a young Rotary Club that has suddenly hit a gold mine, right? And not even through our visionary thoughts or anything. We were doing a bicycle project. We are doing it with consistency. We're doing the WASH project. We are fortunate to have the global grants. We have impacted to both these programs education, right? So we plan to continue this, but in terms of, we are also very inspired by water.org, right? And if you say, is it through financing? Probably not. But if I'm going to put my Superman lenses on and project into the future, I think technology is an area we can probably work, right? And maybe not directly just the two of us, but with multiple partners, and see how we can build a business model around that, for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Abe. Would anyone have questions for a distinguished man and lady here? Question from the audience? None? So, can we have a short message to all of them about our summit today? Mr. Subati, can you start?
Yes, the first is one of the issue in water utility in Indonesia is financing. So there are two models of the financing. The first is PPP project. PPP is, it means the private company contract with the governments. And the second is business to business, the private company and the water utility itself. So business to business means there is no budget from this is water utility itself. So if the company from the Philippines want to collaborate in Indonesia, please come to Indonesia to invest in Indonesia and collaborate. This is one of the business to business model. This is a good opportunity because coverage is still 22%, and based on our target, medium term plan 2024 must be increased 30%. This is very difficult, but yes, this is the challenge and this is the opportunity. So I think this is an invitation to have a business in Indonesia.
Thank you. Mr. Aditya.
Okay, following Mr. Subakti's statement, I want to further elaborate the business opportunities in Indonesia. According to I'm reading because it's the national data. According to Ministry of National Development Planning from 2021, from the roadmap that's to achieve the target of SDGs 2030, there is two target. There is two target to achieve the 2030 SDGs target of clean water infrastructure. The first one is the moderate target, and the second one is the ambitious target. The first one, the moderate target, is to have 45% safe access to drinking water. And this target needs 302 trillion rupiah, which is, if we convert it to US dollar, it's a lot. It's a lot. And the ambitious target is 54% of safe drinking access, and this one needs 361 trillion rupiah. So the business opportunities in clean water infrastructure in Indonesia is really
Huge.
It's huge. It's huge. And I want to join Mr. Subekti and invite all of you to invest more in Indonesia.
Thank you. And your word.
Thank you po. We would like Forest provide po valuable ecosystem services, particularly water provisioning. For the foundation po, we are thankful of being part of this forum. We hope that we can foster collaboration between the Forest Foundation, our partners, together with private sector, in terms of carrying out forest conservation initiatives. And currently, the foundation, previously we've been working with non-government organizations, but at the moment we are ramping up our efforts to really engage private sector and other potential partners to carry out and to sustain what we have started. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Abe, final word before I wrap up.
This is my personal opinion, right? The biggest challenge facing mankind for the next few decades, whether it's 2030, 2040, 2070, is water. Is access to drinking water, right? You've already heard people say this is your, inalienable right to human rights and all of that. It's true, right? But I think many organizations or many communities are depending on the government to do something. Government is, in my opinion, pretty restricted to what it can do and what it can finance. The responsibility falls on companies, on for-profit companies, right? I've been to many places in the region where people talk about CSR and then they say, hey, so what to do? We have money, but what to do? How to please the shareholders? Just do it once, it's okay, just once, then we worry about it 3 years later. No, this cannot be the mindset, right? This cannot be the attitude towards a dire and urgent global problem. So if organizations can bend their will, right, and say we want to support causes involving water, then things start moving. And it cannot have that mindset of how do you please the shareholders. It's a multi-stakeholder game now. For-profit companies, NGOs, people on the ground, beneficiaries, and all of them working together. And to make that happen, you need donors, you need needs assessments continuously, you need audits, right? And technologies, right? To focus on future technologies. I'll stop with technology because I'm interested in climate technologies. I've heard of technologies where mechanical trees pull carbon dioxide out of the air. It's not scalable yet, but if they are doing things like this, imagine if water technology came to a level where you can provide water to millions and millions of people who don't have access to it right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Abe. Just to wrap up, if you will allow me to share some information that I got from the last May 3 UN 2023 Water Conference in New York. It says globally, there are 2 billion people, or 26% of the population, who do not have safe drinking water. And another 3.6 billion, which is 46% of the total population worldwide, do not have safe managed sanitation. And if you see the growing drought that is happening in our ecosystem, it's already stressing not only people, but plants and animals as well. So it's important to all of us, and we should all support each other. And according to the UNESCO Director General, water is all of our future. We protect it, we conserve it, And it should be shared equally to all, not just for a few countries or for a few people. Anyway, and I think international cooperation, not only locally, cooperation is very, very vital to all of us. And of course, it's not only financing the usual business that will be profitable, because as you can see, our model with the Indonesian company, supporting one of the greatest natural resources, or if not the greatest natural resource we have, can be profitable as well, and it will save us, it will give us our future. And thank you also to water.org for spearheading such initiatives, and also to Forest Foundation, and also to Accra Law. And this wraps up our first track for this morning. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Moderator Edith and our panelists. At this point, may I call again on PHINEX President Wilson and Ms. Gay Santos to come up and present the tokens of appreciation to our panelists and moderator, and then of course to be followed by a photo up on stage. Thank you. Ms. Gay Santos.
Okay.
I thought we will
Catch it.
dance.
Water. 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 Water.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you again to our session one speakers and panelists. We just heard all about water, forest preservation, and climate change, and how these three are intertwined. At this point, we will now go to session two and hear on water, women, and financial inclusion and how they are interconnected. Let us welcome the experts that we have invited. Kantilan Bank Executive Vice President Tanya Hotchkiss, National Bank of Cambodia Director General Heng Bumakara, Impact Investment Exchange Credit Portfolio Management Team Director Dinesh Sharma, and Cummins Philippines Corporate Counsel Attorney Marie Antoinette de Guzman. Joining them, of course, as moderator is former SEC Chair and Accra Law's Attorney Teresita Herbosa. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second panel. I was going to say that in the first panel, I think there were more men than women. And now I think we're more women than men. So we've complied with the first requirement for today's forum. Anyway, if you look at the title of this panel, It's supposed to be water, women, and financial inclusion. And if you would look at it and say they're actually diverse, but after this panel discussion, you will see that they're actually very interrelated and interconnected. And through the sharing of our panelists' experiences with us, you will see how important not only water, but also the role of women in having sustainable water, as well as the matter of financing the supply of clean water for sanitation and hygiene, as well as for that will be through financial inclusion. So for our first, we will also do it the same way as the first panel. We will give each panelist a certain period of time to give their main presentation, and then we will ask questions after. And we will follow the order of panelists as in the program. So we'll start with Ms. Anya Hotchkiss. She's the Executive Vice President of the Cantilan Bank. But aside from that very important work of hers, she and her bank are also very worthy projects. And I understand that she has had experience in doing things for WASH, as well as the Forest Fund. So, Ms.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. And again, thank you for having me here. Gay is very busy at the moment, but we'd like to thank our colleagues with water.org for this opportunity to speak in front of this crowd. And again, as Attorney Arbosa had introduced myself, I am Cantilan's Vice President, and I'm also of the digital transformation initiatives of our rural bank. So we deliver financially inclusive services. We try hard as well to make them sustainable and design them as well for the future. And this is something that we find ourselves being challenged with every day. In fact, I was talking with some of our colleagues from the Rural Banking Association who are seated here at the moment from the RBAP. We actually have a deadline to meet on Monday. The BSP's requirement is for all banks to have an ESG framework, and also so this is something that Cantilan Bank is taking to heart. We've been doing a lot of these initiatives ourselves, even without the requirements of this BSP circular. It poses a different challenge when we have to put it together on paper. The things that we have been doing while located in Mindanao. So Cantilan Bank serves roughly 100 communities in the rural countryside in Mindanao and in Visayas. And again, we find ourselves serving this clientele who are often unbanked and underbanked and have very little access to infrastructure, public and social infrastructure. These have changed over the years, but one of the things that we need to be able to meet in the future is, again, the challenges that climate change poses on all of us. And this is especially critical because we live in the places that are the most vulnerable. Super Typhoon Odette actually made landfall in Siargao Island, where we have 4 branches. And again, I want to quote actually one of our colleagues from Finex, who I joined in this table over here earlier. He said, the gentleman, Mr. Abe from Singapore, you're talking about Singapore and they have no water, but they have no problem. Philippines, we have lots of water, but we have lots of problems about water. And nowhere is that more true than in places like Cantilan. We are a second-class municipality located on the eastern coast of Mindanao. So we're facing the Pacific. Behind us is a rainforest. And again, the question of sustainability for ourselves, for this, but also, of course, for the communities that we serve, they're all intertwined. So we've partnered with water.org. I'm also a trustee in the Forest Foundation. So we put all of our efforts together, and I do believe that innovations in technology and innovations in partnership are what's going to get us through this crisis. And I feel that, again, this is necessary to state that this is an existential crisis. While we're here at a nice forum, we're talking about this large problem. It takes all of us, really, all the inputs of everybody from the private sector, from the NGOs, from government. And this poses so many challenges on the levels of environmental security, food security, what else? National security even, and energy security. So I'm really excited to be able to share with you what we've done with water.org, where we created, together with their help, a unique people to have better access to water, better sanitation and hygiene facilities. So again, the irony that we are surrounded by water, we're surrounded by the Pacific, and then also at the back of us, a rainforest, a watershed, and yet lots of people in our communities do not have access to water. So we would like to pose this challenge to fellow financial executives as well. How do we put to heart something that we've probably mostly written now on paper, because it's due on Monday, the Sustainable Finance Framework for individual banks? How do we actually put that in motion and put it to heart? So we're very glad to be able to share some of our experiences here today with all of you.
Thank you so much. I was listening to the panelists earlier, and from Mr. Jacob, he commented about the water processing, also problem education. And what about health? Have you encountered problems that it's a consequence of the lack of water, or maybe because we have tropical forest around, giving rise to certain diseases?
Good question. While we do see the immediate impact of having water problems, again, the agricultural, which we support as a rural bank, the more interesting experience that we've had, but actually very harrowing, was the Super Typhoon Odette. So we are on the eastern coast of Mindanao. We generally remain unscathed during the past typhoons, but once in a while we do get hit by a super typhoon. And again, the irony was really stark. December 2021 was when Super Typhoon Odette hit, made landfall in Siargao Island, just 50 kilometers north of Cantilan, where I am based. And everything, including Visayas, everyone had no water, everyone had no electricity. And that was really the first, probably in more than 2 decades, the first time that kind of event happened. It shut down everything, access to money, access to water, and again, access to the basic needs. So we were able to how to do all of our necessary operational activities and got ourselves started. Operationally, we were online within 2 days. And that was really especially critical because the ATMs that we had made online in the island of Siargao were able to help the people who were living there. Despite the fact that they're not our clients, they were able to withdraw money over the counter at Cantilan Bank. And the first thing they did was to buy water. So there was no water within 24 hours of the super typhoon hitting. So lots of resources were evidently missing, but the most critical one being water. So we had reports of infants and the most vulnerable dying within the first 7 days. And this was something that we viewed really as, it's not a CSR exercise. It was a survival issue. We needed to have our ATMs online, our over-the-counter services online, not just for our clients, but for the communities there. The entire island basically didn't have a bank except for us for 2 months. So that was, again, the nexus of, like, and also together, they're both critical infrastructure that needs resiliency built in.
And considering that you couldn't have online transactions, the brick and mortar banks were the ones servicing the people during those times. Okay, thank you, Tanya. So now our next panelist is Mr. Heng Bumakar. And despite him being, looking very young, he is a Deputy Director General of the National Bank of Cambodia, which is the counterpart of our BSP. And fortunately, he is the head of the Financial Inclusion Program of the Central Bank of Cambodia, and he's here, of course, to talk about financial inclusion and its effects, or it being part of the solution to our water problems.
Very good morning. First of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to WaterOaks, especially for guys for allowing me to have opportunity to join this event. Thank you guys, ladies and gentlemen. The previous session mentioned about money. No money, no honey. I say, I'd like to say that money might not be everything, but everything might need to have money. So in this regard, we can see that the financial inclusion is very important to play an important role in economic development, as well as to enhance the livelihood of the people within the countries and around the globe. Financial inclusion access is not just for particular session, but for everybody, regardless of genders, age, or level of income. Nevertheless, promoting financial inclusion for women will be very important because they can play a better role in societies and to help the families. As mentioned in this morning about giving a fish to a man and giving a credit to a woman, which can then support the whole family for a lifetime. So in this regard, in the context of Cambodia, we can see that there's 50% of the population are women, but 20% of the women population are excluded. So understanding the importance of financial inclusion, then the royal government of Cambodia has adopted the National Financial Inclusion Strategies 2019-2025 with the objective of promoting financial inclusion. Based on the result that given by the demand side surveys and supply side surveys of the UNCDF, we can see that only 15% of Cambodian population has been access to for more financial services, and 27% of women excluded. In this regard, we have set the goal for 2025, which is to promote financial inclusion, the formal one access, from 59% to 70% by 2025, and also to reduce the women exclusion from 27% to 13% by 2025. To achieve this objective, we have set 6 priority activities. One is to promote SME credit product. Number 2, promote saving. Number 3, enhance the payment system. Number 4, promote insurance product. 5, enhance regulators capacity. And also number 6 is to enhance the transparency and consumer protection in the market. Regarding to this 6 priority activity, so in this regard, we have coordinated with various stakeholders to enhance the product, including saving, also credit product for SME, and also saving for the people. For another part, which is consumer protection, we are working a lot. We have been done for consumer protection since before the adoption of the strategies. So we have set the regulation regarding to interest rate calculation, interest rate cap. I think some country doesn't have interest rate cap. So we kept interest rate cap only 18% for microfinance institution to lend in. And we also developed a credit bureau. We also could enhance credit access for the people within the countries. And now we have coordinated Singapore Credit Bureau services to cross-border sharing and credit bureau report. So this will also enhance the financial inclusion within but across the border within Cambodia and Singapore. We also issue a regulation with complaint handling. So consumer protection is very important. So when they use the services, but they need to be protected. So we issue a regulation on consumer protection, which requires all the bank and franchise institutions to develop a unique customers, as well as to have a sign of the communication that customer can contact with the institution when they have a question or complaint regarding to any issues regarding to the usage services. Not just for the BFI bank and franchise institution, but the National Bank of Cambodia also established the guiding note, like a block note for a supervisor who in charge for customer complaint, so that they can respond to the questionnaires from the customers transparently from one-to-one. We also have developed hotline, which everyone within the country can call to the central bank complaining. So we have 5 hotlines at the headquarters and one hotline at each of other provinces. So this is what we have been done with regard to the central bank and regard to the role of the BFI. In addition to that, consumers also play an important role in access to financial inclusion protection. So in this regard, we have worked with many stakeholders to enhance the financial literacy within the countries. One, we work with the Ministry of Education to insert financial literacy in the national curriculum for the grade 1 to grade 12. Currently, we have achieved for grade 7 and grade 4 in developing the book for lecturers and the book for students for these 2 grades already. We also work with Ministry of Women Affairs to promote financial literacies for women entrepreneurs and also for women in general about the usage of financial services. We work with the UNESCAP to promote women entrepreneurship so that they know how to manage their business better. Then we also can help them to protect themselves with usage of the financial services. We also conduct microfinance conference. So this one we conduct at each province, from one province to another provinces, to enhance the capacity of the public in the rural areas, which is more vulnerable to the usage of financial services, so that they know about the responsibilities and role of the borrower with regard to the financial services. We also work with Good Return to develop a campaign we call Let's Talk Money campaign since 2016. But after this campaign has been finished, we develop a new one, which is Let's Talk Money campaign, little by little. This one is to promote the financial literacies for the government workers, especially for the women and the women in general, how for them to manage to have their fund management, especially the goal, how to achieve the goal with using fund, about the usage of financial services, especially how to save money to use it for the purpose of achieve their family goal. This is what we have been done in coordination with that. In addition to what I have mentioned, currently we also work with the AFI Alliance for Financial Inclusion to promote digital financial literacies. Because as we've seen that traditional financial product might not be sufficient enough, and not people might worry about losing their phone rather than losing their wallet, because everything was in their phone. And then we see that promoting financial literacy is very important. So now we work with AFI to promote financial literacies, digital financial literacy to the people, to protect them from the service they use it from internet. There are so many scam examples, isn't it? And we also work with AFI on collecting data on service aggregate data. So if you want to make any decision or make any projects, we can see the data is important. If we don't have a data, it's very hard to decide what we need to do. So we are now working on collecting the data with our fee. So if we can get the data, then we can build a better project for promoting women inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bumakara. And you know, we ought to congratulate you because I read that you started your roadmap on financial inclusion only several years ago, I think 2017. And you've even come up with a report where you gathered all the data so that you could make your goals attainable. And now, recently you came out with some sort of a review of what you had done those past years, and I understand that really there's been progress. Like all other countries, you did get affected by COVID-19 and probably set you back temporarily on some of your goals. About how you're trying to recover setback.
Thank you. Actually, based on the result, as I mentioned, UNCDF surveys in 2016, we can see that the number of the people who access to funding is 59, and women excluded is 27%. I would like to highlight that among that 67% women who access to financial services, we can see that only 60% who access to formal and 13% of women access to informal. So 5 years later, which is during the pandemic 2021, we do another surveys by UNCDF, but because of the pandemic, we cannot go physically to face by face, but we do the mobile tracker surveys. Based on the surveys, we can see that the result of the population who has been accessed to formal financial service has been increased from 59 to 67% by 2021. So in general, we can see that the objective that we plan to reach 70% by 2025 is more to be achievable within the next 3 years. However, if you look at the goal for reducing the women exclusion from 27 to 30% is a challenge, because the result, we can see that the women who have been access to financial inclusion, who financial services, has been even furthermore. The number of the women who access more financial inclusion remain the same, which is 60%, but the women who access to the informal financial service has been decreased from 13% to only 2%. So 11% has been decreased. So this is, but because of the surveys is during the pandemic, we can see that if the women who use the formal financial service should be well protected, so they still can access to the services for more. But during that time, the informal service provider will not be allowing to give access more for the women who are not being protected. They are also difficult to access to this informal service provider. So this is why the women excluded. Women who use informal financial service has been decreased from 13% to 12%. But there's another sign, meaning that it is also encourage everyone to move from using informal financial services to formal financial services, which you will be protected by using formal financial services. In this regard, we can see that in addition to what we have been done in promoting financial inclusion, we need to do more in promoting women financial inclusion within Cambodia. Thank you.
So much, Mr. Bumakara. Our next panelist who will presentation is Mr. Dinesh Sharma. And many of you probably haven't heard about orange bonds, and he's here to talk all about that.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. I'm Dinesh Sharma. I'm the director of the credit portfolio management team at IIX. IIX is an impact investment company based out of Singapore. The objective of IIX is to promote women empowerment and financial inclusion across Asia and Africa. So late last year, to promote financial inclusion, IIX introduced the Orange Bond Initiative. So what is the Orange Bond Initiative? Well, the Orange Bond is the world's first asset class financing gender equality. Its mission is to empower 100 million women and girls worldwide by the year 2030. So one common question is, why orange? Because orange is the color of United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 5, SDG 5, which stands for gender equality. So the Orange Bond Initiative is driven by a steering committee which has representatives from all the 6 continents. Well, about the first ever Orange Bond, so late last year, IIX launched the first Orange Bond ever, which was called the Women Livelihood Bond 5. Well, it was a $50 million issuance financing impact entities promoting financial inclusion for women across Asia and Africa. Well, it was a well-received bond. It was the first ever orange bond, and it financed entities right across Asia and Africa. So coming to the Orange Bond principles. So what are the principles of the Orange Bond? Well, the first principle is gender positive capital allocation. The second principle of the Orange Bond is diversity in leadership. So that's what we are looking for. And the third is transparency in the investment process and reporting. So these are the 3 key principles of the Orange Bond, which have been devised by a steering committee. And any bond which wants to call itself orange has to abide by these principles. So it's just been started last year, and we're going to continue with that. So last year was just the first ever orange bond, but we have plans for future orange bonds as well, which probably I'll talk about a bit later. Thank you.
Just for starters, I know you want to talk about it later, but orange bonds would refer to loans that you give to women, okay? And this would be business owners. What kind of businesses would you give priority to?
Right. So we give priority to micro SMEs because those are the businesses that need money. And we also give loans to entities with water and sanitation. So that is also very critical. So last year when we did Women Livelihood Bond 5, around 10% of our proceeds were lent to women for water and sanitation purposes. And that's where we are working with water.org as well to identify more entities where we can promote water and sanitation amongst women. So that's the main objective here.
So you're one of the very significant stakeholders of water.org because you do the finance.
Right, and Water.org also has been a key member of our steering committee. So they've helped us drive these principles.
So we have green bonds, and now you've introduced us to orange bonds.
Exactly, yes.
Our next panelist is Miss Marie Antoinette, or Tony de Guzman, and she's the Corporate Counsel of Cummins. And not only Cummins Philippines, but in the Asia Pacific region. Cummins, by the way, I'm sure you all have heard of that. Although maybe it's only when you open the hood of your car that you'll probably some written Cummins there. So Cummins is a US-based corporation. It's one of the biggest in the world. It has manufacturing plants all over. And why are they here? Well, it's because one of their major CSR projects, or maybe it's now called the DEI, Diversify, Equity and Inclusion, is Waterworks. And Ms. de Guzman is here just to talk about that.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad for the opportunity to talk about our company with you. Cummins, as already mentioned, is a multinational company headquartered in Indiana, in the US. For a little over 100 years now, we have been in the business of producing engines, both traditional diesel and electric engines, and also generator sets, and now we're venturing into hydrogen-based technologies such as fuel cells and electrolyzers. All this is part of our efforts to realize our mission towards making people's lives better by empowering a more prosperous world. And to our mind, the prosperous world includes a healthier planet. And that's why ESG goals, or environment, social, and governance goals, are a big part of the Cummins way of doing business. Part of our ESG initiatives, first is Cummins, what we call Cummins Powers Women. And this is Cummins' efforts to engineer solutions to address gender inequality issues across the globe. Also, we have, as already mentioned, what we call Cummins Waterworks, which focuses on our initiatives towards sustainability as well, hygiene and sanitation, addressing hygiene and sanitation issues across the world. So first, why women and water? Available out there shows that women and girls around the world spend an aggregate of about 200 million hours a day collecting water for themselves and their families, for drinking, cooking, and other uses in the households. Also, data would show that that women and girls around the world would spend an aggregate of about 266 million hours a day just looking for safe sanitation facilities. So for Cummins, we think that there's issues that need to be addressed around water and women, and for us, these are very intricately entwined issues that we all could play a part in. So for Cummins Waterworks, what are our goals? First off, we want to achieve being net water positive. What does this mean? This means that we hope to create water-related community benefits that would exceed our water consumption as part of our business activities. Also, we would want to advance water security for over 20 billion people globally by 2025. So we have been partnering with a lot of organizations across the world to address issues around water in different forms, like rehabilitating watersheds, supporting initiatives towards providing better and cleaner water sources for less privileged communities. And now we have partnered with water.org globally via strategic grants, where we are supporting all their activities towards capacity building for smaller organizations who provide microfinancing facilities and other technical support around WASH initiatives. So we have partnered with water.org in India, Brazil, and this year we're partnering with them in Peru and the Philippines. As a Filipino, I'm especially proud and glad that this year we're focusing on the Philippines, because we all know that the situation around water in the Philippines is not the same across all regions, with some regions worse off than others. So right now is quite glad to be part of the advocacy towards sustainable water and sanitation and health improvement together with water.org.
Yes, in fact, I read in your website that you already invested $8 million for this particular Waterworks project with water.org.
Yes, Cummins invests significantly in all the ESG projects that we do across the globe, because we feel that as we improve the water situation for everyone, it also helps our business simultaneously.
Yes. In fact, in the same website, I read per your investigation, data shows that there are about 785 million people who do not have access to clean drinking water. And there's some sort of a prediction there that by the year 2050, when baby boomers like myself are about 100 years old already, 1 out of 4 people will have chronic water shortages. 1 out of 4 people. So that would mean in a family of 4, one of them will probably not have sufficient drinking water. Okay, so that's how the problem is right now. And it's not only water. Like in the case of Cummins, maybe you should tell them that Cummins even revolutionized their products in order to, meet the challenges of climate change.
Yes, another part of our ESG environmental strategy involves what we call Destination Zero. It's focused on making our products carbon neutral by 2050. Because as you know, we deal in the manufacture and sale of engines, generator sets. These are power solutions which traditionally are carbon footprint heavy. So part of the company's initiatives right now is to bring us to a point where we would be carbon neutral. So that's why one of the newest products of Cummins are hydrogen-based products, hydrogen-based technology products such as fuel cells, electrolyzers where you use water and hydrogen to produce electricity. So there's no carbon emission involved.
So you're also in the race to find the perfect electric vehicle.
Yes.
And you will furnish the battery for that perfect electric vehicle in the future. Okay, so I think we have some more time. After this panel will already be our keynote speaker, Mr. Secretary of Finance Jokno, who will talk about also same topics as we're talking about here. Is there anything else that you'd want to add? Otherwise, I'll ask questions again regarding orange bonds. Do you have experience about the capability of women to pay their debts?
Yeah, I mean, what we've experienced is that in the 5 years we've done women livelihoods bonds and orange bonds, we've never faced even one default. So that has been our track record. There's not been a single default. We had some delays here and there, but no defaults. So that shows that the creditability of women is significantly better than their male counterparts. So
better payers. On the orange bonds, and that's why I'd like to ask also Mr. Bacamura, what about the lending risks that you've experienced in your program on financial inclusion?
Thank you. Actually, with regard to the lending risk, actually before lending, we just set the criteria and regulation in general, but the institution have developed their own credit policies. In regard to this, the institution had to make sure that they check the credit report, which is the credit history of the borrower, sure that the borrower have ability to pay and have a good credit report. But I would like to mention that most of the credit in Cambodia are secure loan that need to have control. But we also promote or encourage institution to lend it based on ability to pay rather than based on collateral lending. And if you look at the number of the NPL or ratio of NPL, we can see that the NPL ratio is low, which is around 2% before the pandemic, and now it's increased to around 3%. But even though the NPL is around 3%, but we believe that this ratio is remain low within the country's region. Thank you.
Have you found some results already from your financial literacy program? I believe you're conducting also educational campaigns among Cambodians so that they know how to handle, debts and lending.
Actually, it is hard to measure how we link it, but we can see that the people have been understand better regarding to the usage of financial services. Previously, the OECD has been do a surveys on financial literacy in Cambodia, which is 18%. And this year they do again on the financial literacies in, I think maybe in global, including Cambodia. The result has been on disclosure. I believe the ratio will increase higher than 18% compared to the previous version. And I do believe that with the better level of financial literacy, then it will lead to the usage of financial services for a better purpose. Thank you.
Since Tanya is the banker in this group, I just want to find out if when I was in my late 30s, I was trying to get a loan from a bank to buy a house. And because I was single, although I was already a lawyer, and in fact was already, I think, a partner at our law office, they didn't want to give me a loan. I hope the banks now are, more open to giving loans to single women.
Well, I will say that we don't have that as one of our worthiness criteria. So you're very welcome to apply and see if your experience is improved. But I would like to comment actually on the previous topic that you had brought up. So our colleague from Mr. Sharma was humbly talking about a 0% default from their portfolio for women. And for Kantilan Bank, our MSMEs, our entire MSME portfolio is basically 65% women. And this one is quite interesting because we had similar numbers with our agricultural products decades ago. We had made a slight change about 6 years ago that basically shifted the audience of our product, our agricultural product, to the men. Previously, it was exclusively the women that we were talking to. Now that I remember, our default rates at that time were significantly lower than they are now, and they are now predominantly men. So I will take that to heart, and I will review our policies and see if we can do better, at least on the agricultural side. But again, levity aside, this is something that really I'm passionate about, really understanding how we can come together with the types of solutions that our colleagues here in this panel have put forth. And for Kantilan Bank, again, this is critical for us now. We live in the places where the most geohazard risk is, the most climate change risk is as well. And it takes a lot of partners to be able to solve this for our communities, and our sustainability and our survival actually really depends on it. So very happy to be able to see what opportunities we can have here aside from the partnership we have with Water.org, the Forest Fund, where we've initiated convergence for sustainable watersheds. So lots of things we can do together. And again, thank you so much for all the inputs here. I'm really interested in hearing more about Cummins as well, and Orange Bonds, and our colleagues from Cambodia.
Okay, that ends our panel discussion. Now I hope that you've seen why water, women, and financial inclusion are interrelated. And you see the importance of each topic in our subject matter today. So thank you very much for listening. And if you have questions, of course, you can always give your questions to any of our guests. They're all very willing to discuss what they've been doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Attorney Arbosa and our members of the panel. I think we will now have a presentation of the tokens of appreciation, but I believe Ms. Gay Santos and President Wilson are out to welcome our keynote speaker.
Thank you, Tanya. Nice to see you also. Picture? More together. Oh, okay. Video. I hope you enjoy the instruction. Nice to talk to you. Yes. Thank you so much.
Let's have a few minutes for them to set up before we proceed. At this point, let me now introduce our keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker is the current Secretary of the Department of Finance. Prior to his appointment as Fiscal Chief, he served as the Governor of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas from 2019 to 2022. Under leadership, Philippine Central Bank was among the first to respond to the pandemic and deploy decisive measures to cushion the adverse impact of the pandemic and pave the road to recovery. Before taking charge of monetary affairs, he also served as budget secretary under 3 Philippine presidents, where he pursued an expansionary fiscal policy to finance investments in human capital development and public infrastructure. Secretary, he has rallied the economic team to achieve broad development goals by 2028, to reduce the deficit to GDP ratio to pre-pandemic rates, bring down poverty incidence to single digit, and achieve upper middle income economy status by the end of the current administration, with the goal of going beyond headline economic expansion and achieve a brand of inclusive and sustainable growth with equity. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm round of applause to welcome the Honorable Secretary of Finance, Dr. Benjamin E. Diokno.
Development, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for investing your time in this important forum. Financial Institute of the Philippines, water.org, and Forest Foundation for organizing today's event to spotlight one of the most critical health issues of our time. Access to water, clean and safe water, is a basic human right. Yet the gap between available water supply and demand continues to widen. 2020 shows that 10% of Filipino families still rely on unsafe water sources, and the same percentage have no access to quality utility. For far too long, the specter of water scarcity has plagued the country because of a weak and fragmented institutional setup. Competing and changing priorities of water infrastructure and lack of science-based decision-making. In addition, unequal delivery of basic water and sanitation services due to funding and low technical capacities continues to impede the attainment of universal access targets. If the sector remains business as usual, the water crisis is projected to worsen by 2040. There are multiple factors at play. Climate change impacts caused by water availability changes are projected to increase with the rise of global temperatures. Agriculture and energy production will be affected by changes in the water cycle, and freshwater ecosystems continue to degrade as a result of change, water pollution, and changes in land use. Economies will not be spared from the spillover effects. Future water-related impact of climate change are projected to lower global GDP, with higher losses expected in low and middle-income countries, such as the Philippines. Meanwhile, water-related hazards disproportionately impact vulnerable populations, such as the poor, women, children, indigenous peoples, and the elderly. By 2025, 50% of the world's population projected to live in water-stressed areas as a result of climate change, with low-income families bearing the highest cost of the crisis. The administration of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. recognizes that we cannot have a prosperous, inclusive, and resilient society if our citizens are not afforded the basic buildings of a healthy life. And so, as part of the administration's vision of economic and social transformation, we identified a set of measures to solve long-standing inequality. To do this, we must upgrade and expand water infrastructure. We will implement the Philippine Water Supply and Sanitation Master Plan, the country's blueprint of universal access to safe and affordable water by 2030. In synergy with the National Irrigation Master Plan, National Water Security Roadmap, and the various flood master plans for Metro Manila and major river basins. Just recently, the National Economic and Development Authority Board, or NEDA Board, approved 194 infrastructure flagship projects that include projects in irrigation, water supply, and flood management. Moreover, we will involve private sector, private partnership, or PPP mechanism. This will allow the government to harness private capital along with their technological and management expertise to fast-track our development agenda. Revise implementing rules and regulations of the Build, Operate, Transfer Law and the newly revised joint venture agreements or guidelines, we will ensure the financial and technical viability of projects, and streamline procedures for a more efficient, transparent, and simplified PPP ecosystem. Aside from upgrading water infrastructure, we must also strengthen the implementation of the integrated water resource management and science-based decision support systems. This requires utilizing instruments such as water resources assessment, data collection networks, allocation through market instruments, risk management tools, ICT for informed stakeholder participation, and technology for research and development. On the legislative side, we have made significant progress to fast-track one of the priority bills of the Marcos Jr. administration, of a Department of Water Resources and Water Regulatory Commission. Once established, the Department of Water Resources will directly address the institutional fragmentation in the regulation of water resources, supply, and sanitation. As an interim measure, last February, the President approved the creation of the Water Management Office to serve as a transitory body pending the creation of the DWR. The creation of the office is a significant step towards better oversight and management of the country's water resources through concerted government effort engaging various sectors. On funding, access to capital must be increased by expanding the coverage of innovative financing schemes and the physical network of government and private financial institutions in rural areas. The local water utilities administration plays a critical role in providing funding to water districts, especially those that do not have access to. With the recent Supreme Court decision on the Mandanas Garcia case, local government units must be equipped to maintain sound local government finance as the revenue shares increase and the provision of basic services and facilities are fully devolved. LGUs without formed water districts must also take the lead in the investment of water systems. Additionally, there is an urgent need to invest in climate-resilient water infrastructure and technology, such as solar-powered irrigation systems, durable dams, recycling domestic water of household and community levels. All of these measures are comprehensively discussed in the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028. Finally, let me assure everyone that the administration of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. is determined to galvanize both the public and private sectors towards a sustainable path to a water security. It is time to turn the tide on water security. And the Department of Finance stands ready to support initiatives toward achieving universal access to clean water while ensuring water security for all. Thank you very much.
Ask President Wilson and Ms. Gay Santos and Secretary Jokno to please come up the stage as a token of appreciation will be presented. Thank you. Secretary Jokno, Phoenix President Wilson, and Ms. Gay Santos. At this point, we will now come to what some of you may consider the best part, lunch break. Thank you.
Serving our forests.
Good afternoon. We will start in 2 minutes.
Headset.
Hi, sir. Paglabas ka po, sir, pagkatapos po nung stairs po, may pinag pa.
Pagkatapos ng stairs, baka bumaba yun.
Tapos na stairs sa kanan. Sabi ko may pinto.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the afternoon session of Financial Inclusion for Women, Water, and Climate Resilience. This forum is presented by the Financial Executives Institute of the Philippines, Forest Foundation Philippines, Water.org, and APRO, with the Manila Times as our official media partner. We are simultaneously broadcasted live on Phoenix's official Facebook and YouTube page. To start off, may I call on our afternoon session host. He is the director at Financial Executives Institute of the Philippines. Let us all welcome Mr. Antonio Ramon Ong Siaco.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are you happy all with the food? Wow, kudos to water.org for choosing the menu. It was healthy and it was delicious. And for the Fairmont Hotel for cooking such a delicious lunch fare. Now, let us start the afternoon session. But before we start, do you want to do some exercise? Huh? Maybe we should stretch our hands. Do this. Lalo na sa mga senior. Okay? All right. Now, let me call on Mr. Mel Socom, Water.org's country manager for Cambodia, and the regional business lead for the ceremony signing between Water.org and CARD, C-A-R-D. Let's run the video of Dr. Alip before we do the signing.
I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to the Water.org and Phoenix for inviting me to this very important event. I am really honored to be a part of Water.org advocacy of bringing hope to communities to provide sustainable solutions to water and sanitation crisis in our country. As you know, Garden Variety has been around for more than 35 years. A big part of our success as a social development organization is because of our partnership with like-minded individuals and organizations such as Water.org. Like the organization, we have been striving to provide women and socioeconomically challenged communities with innovative solutions so that they can change the course of their destinies and improve their life. It was in 1986 that I, together with 14 development practitioners, took the West Indian with just a typewriter and 20 pesos. We dreamt of starting an NGO that can provide the poorest with special focus on women with financial services. We further, we wanted a fund that is open and managed by the women themselves. And to me, that is what empowerment is all about. Then, it was a very, very early idea. Yes, 3 decades later, here we are now, from a microfinance NGO, we have grown into a group of 25 mutually reinforced institutions, responding to our clients' evolving needs. These institutions specialize in microfinance, SME lending, microinsurance, education, health, information technology, marketing, communication, and tourism. We're now serving more than 8.5 million clients and ensuring more than 27 million lives in the country. We have 3,500 offices in 81 provinces all over the country, over 9 lives of our lives. Ireland, was 18,000 full-time staff. Most of our women have stories of inspiration and education. We share water in the time of this women. Any also we have community from EPA, civil organization also, even one of our the improvement in our well-being, we would have to send the children to school, in their houses, and community.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alip. Again, may I call on Mel Sokim, the Water.org's country manager for Cambodia and regional business lead for the ceremonial signing between Water.org and CARD. Please.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir. I'm Dick Pajarillo from Water.org, and this afternoon we are very glad that we're having a signing ceremony for our partnership with CARD SME Bank. Pwede po natin palakpakan sila. And of course, Water.org. We've been wanting to partner with CARD. As we heard in the video, they are the largest microfinance practitioner in the country, and we're glad that they finally agreed to sign an MOU with us. So may I call on Ms. Cherry Boncajes and Ms. Anita Rapera, representing CARD. And of course, our very own Ms. Gay Santos and Sophie Mel. Kindly occupy your seats, please. Can you remove your mask, please?
We need a pen.
Palitan ng papel. Pwede hindi na.
Pwede din. Okay. Then we can just show this.
Yeah.
Sige, okay. We'll just do the photo up and then we'll sign it.
Sige po, iharap niyo yung document sa camera. Naiwan mo. Gusto niyo, tumabi ka na lang sa kitara. Galaw pa tayo. Ayaw ka na. Tabi tayo. Balance yun.
I'm shaking hands now.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now let us move on to 3. Movable asset financing. By the way, I know that this is that the food is really good because I can still see Domingo still eating. And you know, that's a very good sign if Domingo is still eating. Okay, at this point, may I call on Mr. Jin Chang Lai of the International Finance Corporation Bank to talk on movables asset financing. Mr. Jin Chang Lai.
Good afternoon to everyone. Let me first thank you to the organizers for inviting me here. And let me apologize. In these few days, my throat is very bad. I have a 2-week travel before coming to the Philippines. So I will try not to speak too loudly. And I will spend half an hour to talk about two things. One is what is the key ideas behind something called movable asset finance or movables finance. And the second is how you apply to water sector. So movable asset means anything that is not land and building, or simply we can say movables in short. So it's movables versus immovables. Sorry, it looks like that. Okay. So, and let's never say fixed asset. Fixed asset is normally versus current asset. So this is the first thing. Now, in a typical economy, around 80% of commercial finance normally secure. And water business normally will be commercial finance. It's not a consumer finance area. And any infrastructure finance is certainly commercial finance. So among the 80% secure in a good market, normally most of the lending will be based on movable asset, not land and building. There will be some part which is land and building, but those are not the larger share. So among the movable asset, normally the most important thing are receivables and inventory. So, and I have some figures on the screen here. So you can see that globally, this is a huge industry. So factoring is just one product among the numerous other products. And globally, factoring volume is more than 3.1 trillion euro per year. And leasing, of course, is another product, is more than 1.34 trillion US dollar per year. And I also indicated some countries' figures, like Australia, if you want to see, is like around 1.5 million deals per year for a population of only 26 million. And China is normally like around 9 million deals per year, more than 6 trillion US dollar per year. So, and this excludes vehicles, motorbikes, those kind of things. Let's another example would be like Vietnam. Vietnam is around 500,000 deals per year. Mongolia only 3 million population. The number of deals per year is around 200,000. It means 200,000 credit against movable asset. What's the figure for Philippines? No figure yet. So I'm sorry to say. And Domingo said, oh, too slow. I agree it's too low. And I will give you some perspective later why it is too slow and what we can do about it. So some of the things that you have heard on daily basis, like supply and finance and factoring, reverse factoring, all those things are part of the movables finance space. So they are basically a large to small relationship. So then we had to ask ourselves, why movable asset is the main basis for commercial finance? Not only lending, including capital market. When you issue a bond, most of the bonds are actually secure. They are normally secured by receivables. When you talk about securitization, what do they really mean? It's receivables, SPV. So if receivables finance is not a common concept in the economy, do not expect securitization to. And I say this for many years, but still there are people who do not believe it. You can try and to see how far you can go. So the reason behind is because movable asset can help the lenders overcome some inherent difficulties in lender-borrower relationship. And these difficulties are typically what you say about SME finance. But people normally just say it without understanding how to overcome it. People say, oh, financial statement not reliable, is information, and they always engage arbitrage behavior, which is academically called incentive matter, and then transaction cost, and then how do I exit if there is a problem. So all can be better under the movable asset context. This is why movable finance is more popular and is the dominant form in commercial finance in better markets. So there are other more practical reasons. In the movable space, you do not need to do things on your own. You can other people. You can leverage value chain. You can leverage cooperatives network. You can leverage farmers association. Now you can leverage water association or whatever. And you can actually also leverage the government power to do it. Now, practically speaking, for the lenders, they can have different methodologies to lend. And these different methodologies are normally not available for immovable finance. And the lenders, because they leverage other people's network, they have other income opportunities. Not only charge interest rate, lenders also do other things to increase their overall revenue when they use movable asset. So, and normally also in this space, there are several third parties that will support lenders. These include third-party collateral management companies, receivables or warehouse finance, electronic platforms. These are third-party players, and sometimes credit insurance companies, etc. So they will all support the lenders to do their business. Now, three key concepts in this business. Number one is everything is about cash conversion. It is not really about, oh, are you a good borrower? Or you are not a good borrower. Yes, that's something you also consider. But bankrupt client is a good borrower? No. But we still lend to bankrupt clients. Fundamental thing is you good. Fundamental thing is, when do you need money that I can put in money? And what are you going to do with my money? When will that thing that you are going to do be converted into cash so that I can control and monitor your cash to repay me? So everything is about cash conversion. Even if we are bankrupt, if there is a thing, I can still do business with you, no issue. So for the fixed asset, which is an accounting concept, not legal concept, it is about asset conversion cycle. So everything is around the cycle. Now, the second thing that need to be remembered is, I think I don't have the graph here. The second thing that need to remember that is most of the time, it is not a loan of fixed amount that will stay constant. It's not something that I give $1 and you repay me 1 year, 2 years later, plus interest. No. It is normally a credit that the outstanding amount is floating all the time. Why? Because I'm lending against your cash conversion. Whenever your asset become cash, that's my money. I will use it to offset the loan balance. So it's not up to you when to repay me. When the asset like receivable inventory converted into cash, is my repayment. It does not depend on when you repay me. So that's also an important concept. So the outstanding loan amount is changing all the time. So the third thing is there are different credit methodologies that are available for different risk profile borrower. If you are a very good borrower, then I don't need to monitor you and you are collateral a lot. I will only do a very light thing. And that's normally called financial statement lending with immovables, like real estate, you can do that also. But if you are not so good borrower, then I need to monitor you a lot. I need to monitor collateral a lot. Why do I need to do that? Because I want to put my hands on your cash. It's not about collateral. It's about incentive, about information, about cash conversion. So although nominally collateral, but not about collateral. So in technology, it will be called asset-based lending. So factoring is one form of asset-based lending. Factoring means you purchase receivable. So that receivable become cash, immediately come back to pay me automatically. So you have many receivables that will become cash in different times. As soon as one receivable becomes cash today, must come back to me too. It's not a matter of monthly payment, quarterly payment, annual payment. So everything is basically a new concept, new regime. That's why it's so difficult to get it done in the new markets. So this is just a graph to show that what kinds of design you could build into it in order to reflect different levels of control. So if you want high level of control, you can collect money for the borrower. The borrower doesn't collect receivables. You collect for them. You can manage their ledger for the borrower. It means you manage the schedule of invoices. So, and if you want to have, let's say, even tighter control, you can say that I will purchase your receivable so that I have the ownership of the receivable. Less control will mean I simply put a security interest over the receivable, but I do not purchase it. So there are different dimensions of structuring the deals. And actually, if you look around, including this room, everything is an opportunity for movable asset lending, asset the land and building. So these are some of the examples that I leave it on the slide, which I will not explain. So for example, in Cambodia, and actually Mr. Han did not mention it this morning, in Cambodia you have hydropower projects, which are secure by receivable. They get huge amount of financing secured by receivable. In Vietnam, of course, and in Laos, PDR, they also have. In Philippines, do you have? My guess is no, is not yet happening. So, and this is also, of course, a water business. And now, this is just a way to show that this space is very big. So there are different credit methodology. There are different business area, like supply chain finance is one area. Trade finance is normally related to supply chain finance. And then you have transaction banking, equipment finance, intellectual property finance, etc. And now, movables finance for the water clients. So first, we need to talk about infrastructure finance. It's the commercial, not consumer. And so the bigger concept is if you only rely on government funding, this is going to be small, super. So this will both government and private sector finance. Now, government companies, private sector company, both of them will need to borrow, including issuing bonds in the capital market. But how do you do it? So the collateral is typically, it will be secured by concession, which is an intangible right. It's a movable property. And right to payment, receivables, and the future receivable. This is the main basis for borrowing. And you will also have equipment, but normally not very useful. Occasionally, like if you have a thermal power plant, they will also have some inventory, like coal, right? And then now there are new infrastructure, like data centers, cloud infrastructure. At least there will be some intellectual property behind. Intellectual property is actually future receivables. So, and this can be for both the fixed investment and the working capital. Now, typically, infrastructure project, if it is a larger amount, is structured in a PPP way, means in a concession way, with SPV as borrowers. So some figures from the US market, this is not a complete figure. This only concerns municipal finance. It's a local infrastructure. So you see that is still a significant amount. We are talking about hundreds of billions of dollars per year. So I forgot to write it should be per year. And then we asked our friend Professor Winston Tao, who is very famous in secure transactions area. Now he's with the University of Washington. So he wrote a note for us, and then specifically there are some parts about how to finance water utility projects. Utility means local government, but they should of course be private sector water projects, which is not here. Now, we developed the China market from ground zero. So in the infrastructure space, from October 2007 up to now, is around last year. So close to 1 million infrastructure credit were already done. Remember, infrastructure loan is very big, close to 1 million deals. What is the total amount? I can guess what's the total amount, but I am afraid to put it here because you will say, oh, that's impossible. Of course it is possible. It should be close to $100 trillion cumulative. You look at what's the infrastructure in the country, you will wonder where the money comes from. From government, not really, a little bit. So for the water sector, more than 100,000 loans or bond issues were made in less than 16 years. So, and of course, this cannot happen in a vacuum. I will talk about it, how to make it happen. So I will give you two practical cases. All these are from open sources, from news media or social media. So the first case is actually some kind of securities news for you to invest in the company. So it's a saving company. So their main job is to do rural sewage treatment. So, and there is a bank which just loaned them a few years ago as just an example, $34 million. So everything is from future receivables under the concession. PPP project means the private company got a concession from the authority certain things. This is a concession for 15 years. It means they have the right to charge the fee and collect revenue for 15 years. So, and the bank will actually lend for 15 years. So this is very unusual, right? So, but this is infrastructure finance. It's not an ordinary company. And the case number two, these are for small guys. And this is actually on news media, and I just defer from the news media. So it's actually an IoT, Internet of Things network, and based on 5G, the mobile signal. So you will see that people are checking the equipment. So this is for fixed farming. the freshwater fish farming, I think. So, and then this technology will monitor the water quality for the government. It will, of course, monitor all the performance of the company, when you should give the input, how much input you are giving, how the fish are growing, and things like that. And then also there will be off-taker to buy the fish. Fish in 2 or 3 operating cycle. And then the off-taker normally cannot really pay immediately, right? So they will be receivable. A local rural bank finance 5 fish farmers. These are not small farmers, these are fish farm, and with $340,000. So basically, each farm will get something like $65,000. And then this is normally based on the receivables. And so this is also in the water area, water business. Now, the last thing I want to explain is how to make those happen, which will answer the question of our friend Domingo of why is it slow in Philippines. So what is necessary to make a market happen? So to have a law. And Philippines has a PPSA, Personal Property Security Act. Personal property means movable property. So it's a very good law, and congratulations. But I can assure you, if you only has a law, nothing will happen. So you need several other things. So first, of course, is the collateral registry, which is not yet operational. And normally collateral registry is the most easy thing to do, but somehow not yet operational. Hopefully it will be operational very soon. And then you need the whole legal profession, whole judicial sector to understand it. Otherwise, if you have 1 or 2 court cases, judgment cases, which is not in the right direction, you can kill the market. Lender will say, oh, judges do not support me, do not talk to me anymore. Forget about it. So, of course, you also need university professor to understand. Otherwise, they will take out students that will say the negative things. They will do strange things. And in new market, university professor, of course, they will not know. Because there's nothing happening in the market. There's no practice. How do you expect them to know? So, and then of course you need active lending industry, which I think the Philippine lenders are more or less aware. I think they are willing to do something. And then you need the regulators who understand and have appropriate measures for guiding the market. And there are many nitty-gritty things that need to be done, which I think the Philippine regulator is very good. This will be done. So, and then there should be some third-party support services where the volume is a little bit larger. And so this needs to be built up. Borrowers also need to understand, like the water sector borrowers also need to understand. And some electronic platforms for receivables finance, warehouse finance, hopefully can be created. There was some before, but during the COVID times, unfortunately, they died, they bankrupt because there was no income. There was no company as a startup, they cannot survive. So now for infrastructure projects, even you have everything I listed there, is not going to happen. Why? First, you need strong government leadership to organize the things. If you leave it to the private sector, it's not going to happen. Infrastructure is very special. It's a long-term, difficult finance. And the government need to be willing to partner with the private sector. I think this is probably not a big issue. Philippines is well known in PPP. In the 1990s, I was working in Africa. So I was trying to promote PPP in Africa. One of the cases we use is Manila Water. I think Manila Water is in the audience, correct? So you had done very good job in the area. But I know how you get finance. Do you get finance with future receivables? Probably no. Yes or no? No. So because the necessary framework is not there. So, and then you need to have a good PPP regime. I think Philippines is more advanced in this area, I guess. So, and then appropriate tariff regime. How do you charge in the infrastructure space? If you don't properly charge, private sector will say, I'm not going to do it. So, and then the government need to have specific things to support credit, financing, whether capital market or lending, based on concession as a collateral, based on right to payment, based on future receivables. So the law, just for the people from other countries to understand a little bit, the law need to have certain elements. These elements are already there in the Philippines. So you are lucky that you have it already, but other things are not yet existing. So the law need to fit with all these elements. So more or less, your PPSA fix all these elements. So let's understand that it is a good law. So, and now, when the market is really developed, when we say the market is not only the law, it is the law plus several other elements, which is not yet there in Philippines. Philippines only had the first one, the law, but nothing else. So you will compare what is a good market and what is basically no market. So what's the situation of no market? Is economy B. I think it's economy B. I cannot clearly see here. So when movable finance is not developed, so basically business borrowers only rely on real estate, third-party guarantee, and unsecured. So SME will not get a lot of financing. Infrastructure finance normally doesn't happen in special cases. So, and the business finance penetration rate is normally relatively low. And the lenders normally only rely on interest income. There's very little other type of income available for them. And so I think the not yet developed is economy A, sorry. Because I don't have the slide in front of me. So, and in any case, the deposit taking lender will also not be developed. Because non-deposit taking lender normally rely on movable asset. That's the many financing company, but they have great difficulties because they cannot easily use movable asset. So, and then you don't have third-party lending support services. So economy A is where the market is not yet developed. So, and at the end, I had 3 pages of terminologies that you can look at from the slides. I think slides will be distributed. And so some of these terminologies, they are relatively new because your PPSA is a new thing. Very different than the old one is in the civil code, which is now replaced by PPSA. So I will pause here for the panel discussion and thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jin Chiang Liai. May I ask you to come up again on stage? We have some panelists who'd like to join you. can I call on our panelists? The first panelist is Attorney Francis Ed Lim, Senior Legal Counsel of Accra Law and Phoenix 2021 President. And he's also more famously known as the lawyer for Maria Ressa. Can I call Mr. Suon Pisay? Pisay? Did I say it right? Yes. Chief of Business Development of AMK MFI Cambodia. Can I call on Mr. Ramoncito Fernandez, President and CEO of Maynilad Water Services? We are here. Okay. Can I call on Attorney Joe Christine Salera, Director of East Zone of Manila Water Regulators Affairs Group, who will be our moderator. I did not expect Attorney Christine to be so lovely. Huh? Oh, okay. Can I call on Soki Mel from water.org to join the panel? Where are you?
Thank you very much. So good afternoon, everyone. We had a very good presentation from Mr. Jean Chang Lai of the International Finance Corporation of the World Bank Group. I think it was very comprehensive, telling us about how movable asset financing has been used there in other countries already. But we actually wonder at this point, where are we in the Philippines on this? Prior to attending this forum today, since I'm not really in the finance sector, I'm with the Regulatory Affairs Group of Manila Water Company. I had a chance to discuss with our finance team and also check on the bank that I engaged with. And I asked, do we have this already? How is it here in the Philippines? Is it really available? Are we currently having a lot of our financing in this sphere already? And true to my expectation, the bank officer that I talked with told me, actually, it's not yet really prevalent at this point. But perhaps there's that space in the future. And true enough, as Mr. Jean Chang Lai said, space for this movable asset financing is large. And so we can learn from them further here as we discuss with our very distinguished panel today. So let's give them a round of applause to welcome them in this afternoon's event. So, sir, perhaps as a start, we would like to let them introduce first themselves again, and then share with us on the specific topics that they've been assigned to. So for Mr. Jean Chang Lai, he already mentioned about movables asset financing, but perhaps there's still an opening statement to the panel that he could share with us. And then next we would have Attorney Francis Lim, my mentor and boss, who would also discuss with us on the Personal Property Securities Act. And then we would have Mr. Suon Pisay, the Chief Business Development Officer of AMK MFI Cambodia. And also joining us is Suki Mel of Water.org in Cambodia. So, Sir Jean Chang.
To introduce myself.
Yes, sir. And any further opening statement to the panel?
Thank you. So, I think I was already introduced before. So from IFC, so I mainly work on the financial sector, the policy and regulation area, particularly on financial infrastructure. So I've been coming to Philippines for a number of years, except the last 3 years because of COVID. So I'm very happy to come back for the first time after the COVID, and we will be very willing to help the Philippine partners to develop a real market for movable asset finance. And I think I will not talk anymore. I will wait for any questions or comments. Thank you.
Okay, so as you mentioned, you were here 3 years back because that was prior to the pandemic. And I've noted that you mentioned earlier congratulating the country actually for having now a new law that has been passed, and which would actually be the topic for discussion of Attorney Francis Lim. So perhaps during the time before it wasn't there yet, and then now that we have this particular Personal Property Securities Act, maybe Attorney Francis can actually share with us the salient features of this specific act that has been passed just recently, last administration. Are there new protection, or is this more for the benefit of the grantor, or is it really for the benefit also of the borrowers? What would be the salient highlights of this act, sir?
Well, first of all, we must be aware that there is this law. I have encountered a number of lawyers, and even from the finance sector, who do not know that there is this law. So, back to basics first. It's called Personal Property Security Act. And it's important because it repeals several laws. For example, for the lawyers here, wala na yung provisions ng real estate mortgage, chattel mortgage, pledge, and there's related law. So it's very important that when you read the law, you go first to the repealing clause. We don't normally do that because we might be advising our companies, our clients, our clients on the basis of laws that have already been repealed. So, importante yan, no? The law, I think, was enacted in 2019, pre-pandemic, 2018, no? And the IRR came into force, I think, 2019, just before the pandemic. Provides a uniform system governing the creation, perfection, registration, and enforcement of security interests over personal property. And unlike the Civil Code, which distinguishes between personal property and incorporeal rights, intangible rights now are considered to be a collateral under this law. Under the Civil Code, kung incorporeal right, it's a different section, assignment of principles and so on and so forth. So that's very important. And I think this is unlike the chattel mortgage and electronic chattel mortgage registration system, which is localized depending on the register of deeds, this law prescribes what is called the Personal Property Registry, Security Registry, PPSR. Under the law, I think government had, 6 months to put in place that PPSR, because this PPSR provides a centralized system for registration. Therefore, if you're a bank in Manila, for example, or a lender in Manila, and a certain collateral personal property is being mortgaged to you, you can check whether that particular car is already subject to an existing mortgage contract. Unlike in the CO system, where you have to go to every register of these just to make sure that what is being offered to you as collateral is clean. With the PPSR, it's just one click. You can access this and the description is there. So unfortunately, I think 2023 na tayo, the PPSR has not been rolled out yet. But I do understand that under the property registration decree and some sections of this decree, were also repealed by this new law. That's why it's very important to look at the law. chattel mortgages can be registered with the Register of Deeds, no, electronically. But you have to go to each register of deeds, no, walang centralized. Unlike this PPSR, it's a centralized system of registration. It's a centralized of system which can be by the public, whether banks, investment companies, you, if a friend tries to mortgage his car or his receivables to you, it can be checked there. Now, it's called electronic chattel mortgage registration system. I do understand that this system was already tweaked and tested to become the PPSR. But for one reason or another, it has not been rolled out today. I understand that it's ready, and in fact, pre-existing chattel mortgages, in other words, mortgages prior to the effectivity of the PPSA have already been migrated. No? Ang sinasabi ko nga, I've been talking to one official of the LRA, bakit hindi nyo dapat, you should have registered new mortgages that have been post-effective the PPSA. Unfortunately, anyway, that's water under the bridge. No? But despite the fact that the electronic chattel mortgage registration system has been tweaked and tested to be the PPSR, Jing Chang, you may want to take this up. It has not been rolled out as the PPSR. I think there are legal, I operationally can be, I was talking to somebody just recently, it can be the PPSR already, but for one reason or another, we don't know, it has not been rolled out, yeah, and it could have solved a lot of problems. For us lawyers, I think the main issue is the PPSA, all chattel mortgages, all mortgages should be done in accordance with the PPSA because the prior laws have been repealed. But because of the failure to roll out the PPSR, what is being done now is to register chattel mortgages that are executed post this law under the chattel mortgage, which has been repealed. So there might be a legal issue. I know it's there is a PAP in the implementing rules and regulation. There's a provision, but the legal issue there is, can the executive resurrect law that has been repealed by Congress, and it may have implications. For example, there are two mortgages. Jin Chang had a mortgage receivables, no, to your favor, dated let's say what's the date today? May 10. Okay, he registered it under the chattel mortgage registry on the same day. Okay, I was given the same receivables as collateral for the loan earlier. Let's say January 1, 2023. I did not register it, but the date of my chattel mortgage is he registered it. I did not register it. So who has priority? Of course, Jin Chang says I have priority, but I can challenge that because he registered it under the chattel mortgage law, which has been repealed by his law. So there will be big issues, no? So that's just an example. That's why you call this the elephant in the room, no? The executive branch be told to really roll out that PPSR. No? Unfortunately, it's the DOF that has jurisdiction. Unfortunately, I was not able to, I understand Governor Jokno was here. Anyway, I'm co-chair with him in the Capital Market Development Council, and this is one of the things that I'd like to take up with him, no? Because it's needed to be rolled out. Yeah. Because if I were a bank now and let's say receivables being offered to be as collateral, I would not take them because I cannot determine whether those receivables have already been given to another person. So it's important. And based on Jin Chang's presentation, it's a very robust market now in China, no? Especially in our case where 99% of our business enterprises are SMEs, okay? And this law can really be taken advantage of by them. For example, they can, mortgage their inventory more easily than what under the present the old law. So it's a good way to develop the SME industry. I think that's one of the purposes of the law.
In Vietnam, Mongolia, India also, not only China.
So, yeah, so thank you for confirming, Attorney Francis. Indeed, there's this law already, and as it appeared from Jin Zhang's presentation earlier, it's really needed that we have that secure transactions law to be in place. However, as you noted as well, it's not yet fully operational because it has not yet been rolled out, and as you mentioned earlier also, sir, the collateral registry is not yet operational. So this appears to be now the advocacy that perhaps we can push to have it already be implemented so that we can all take advantage of the provisions of this law. If this is what it takes to move this movables asset financing to be utilized already by those that are needing it in the water sector. So now I would ask our other panelist here who has extensive experience in this aspect on the movables financing, especially in Cambodia. And I understand you've actually worked with each other already prior to this event, Water.org and AMK of Cambodia. So perhaps, sir, you can also share with us what were your experiences in Cambodia financing? Is the law there already in place and operational, or kindly please share with us your experiences in Cambodia?
Thank you so much. Very good afternoon, everybody. I'm Visay. I'm from AMK. Thank you for question on the question regarding to the movable financing in Cambodia. I think in Cambodia, honestly, it's still early to finance on the movable asset. I can example for AMK itself. AMK established in order, to focus on, the support the low-income household that they stay in the rural areas. So we believe that, I think we understand those they have no, the collateral. How they do when they want to get from the bank, and so in this we try to design our product. The product, because of those segment is need the small fund, so I think the clean loan, the unsecured loan to those segmentation. However, when we start to looking at the SME, we see that, I think it because of this segment, they need big size of the loan. So I think in practice in Cambodia, in the product side, we cannot provide the loan without collateral for the big size of amount. So I think it's the traditional financing happen in Cambodia. But the last maybe 2 or 3 years for AMK, we introduced, we call the supply financing. So the supply chain financing can help AMK to provide the financing to the SME and MSME, especially to women entrepreneurs. So we start to looking at how we can finance inventory, account receivable, to model that we can absorb the demand for the segment. We have, I think, currently we have a $30 million portfolio in terms of supply chain. We try to do to structure our model. I think mostly from the account receivable financing. We difficulty honestly in terms of the rule of the law. Then because I think the law is health, in Cambodia, but I think in terms of implementation is not good enough for us, to reinforce, because the stakeholder not really involved, really involved, understand on this context. So this is the challenge that was for Cambodia.
Okay, so you've mentioned that 30% of your financing right now is really on the WASH portfolio.
Supply chain financing.
Supply chain financing.
So it's the model, it's the product. The $30 million that we finance, I think, for last 3 years. We just introduced in 2019.
Mm-hmm. And what would be the requirements again for this kind of financing for our WASH?
I think not different from the normal product. I think we require the customer have the proper recording. I think it's especially the proper recording, because we can understand their cash flow, the transaction, and then we can finance. For example, we need to make clear that I think how much account receivable for those SME that we can then finance to them. So I think the key information is the accurate recording for the customer.
Okay.
So in the case of the Philippines, in the case of the Cambodia actually has a very good secure transactions law of 2000, and then later on the collateral registry is also operational. So normally the Philippine market should be just like Vietnam or Mongolia, but unfortunately Philippines level of development is much lower. What is the difference there? The difference actually is the government's role. The Cambodian government, except the central bank a little bit, is actually not active at all. So, and the capacity is very limited with the government. So unlike the other countries, but private sector is normally more active. AMK is one of the institutes which have been more active. So, and congratulations that you already done something. But let's remember that AMK is from a microfinance background. So AMK is not a background. So for microfinance to get into commercial finance, there are extra difficulties. So, but they have started this journey, and I think eventually you will receivables find electronic platform, which I will actually come over also to help launch the platform. So the so-called supply chain finance, which means 3 elements. Number one, supply chain finance means is based on receivables and inventory. If you have more receivable, more inventory, I give you more credit. If you have less, you have to automatically repay me. So it's on a floating basis. This is number one. Number two is normally you will have to leverage major buyer or major seller. For seller, major seller is for their distributor. Major buyer is for their supplier. So this is the second element. And the third element is typically the credit people, legal people, they need to be properly trained. Otherwise, they will kill the deal immediately. They will say, why is like that? Legal people, they will not understand why the loan agreement is like that. So they will kill the deal. But this is actually a long journey, is not as easy thing. I think people already understand, but you are credit people. Means risk management people, normally they will not understand. Legal people normally will have difficulty to understand, because they never seen such a contract before. So these are the type of things that behind a specific institution, but I'm confident that you will get it there. So we had talked for several years. So you already have some volume, which is already great. So I'm sure shocking we have more information. Very easy from.
Yeah, that's really good to note, Sir Jin Chang, that indeed, well, in Cambodia, it appears like there's a decade of advancement over the Philippines because, as he said, the legal framework there has been in place since 2007, whereas as what Attorney Francis mentioned, in the Philippines, it was just in 2018. So we can expect perhaps that later, as it's already there, at least implementation would follow. And congratulations to AMK if despite the challenges, you're able to hurdle them and still grow in this financing. For Water.org, perhaps, sir, you can also share with us the collaborations that you've done with the wash sector in Cambodia, and perhaps if you've already discussed this also with say, or you've met before and did several projects together, perhaps you can please share that to the group.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, from water perspective, we all in the past and even now, through our partnership with financial institutions, mainly focus on household financing. Basically, as Bisa mentioned, is a small individual household. The average loan size was between, I think in the Philippines, it's around 200. In Cambodia, was around 500 to 600. And similarly, in Indonesia, it's even smaller. So so far, the focus is on the small tickets household lending or community lending. But there is some challenges to scale up, which there was in the wars. There's an ecosystem. So you have the borrowers, you have the banks, and you have the water service provider, the private or the public utility, where they need financing to scale scale up their investment, expand their connection, improve their efficiency, and so on. So with that, we now are starting something to look at SME financing as well, in addition to the household financing. And in the case of Cambodia, for example, AMK actually one step ahead beyond the partnership by where we cooperate on household, maybe on small side, but they move ahead the financing. In Cambodia we call them the private water operator. There are about 450 of them across the country. They need financing to expand their networks, improve the efficiency, and so on. So that's why when we look at them, we look at general SME finance perspective. There are a lot of things in that. So Jin Chang and Bisa is talking on the supplier side, but there is all the demand side. The SMEs themselves, the private water utility need to strengthen their management, their governance, their technology, information, their marketing, their promotion as well. So that's where we come into play. Water.org provide technical assistance to many of those SME, including private water utility company, to improve themselves through this support. And our goal is to get them access to finance from the banks in Cambodia, or in the case of Philippines, and similarly for the case of Philippines and Indonesia. So that's where we see, so once we get into this SME financing space, then movable asset financing will also come to play. So if those water utility have already pledged, real estate, or you call immovable in the as collateral, they need more capital. So what can they do to please the bank to get more financing? And that's we come into play into we'll look at the movable asset finance perspective in our future programs, and again trying to support our both our financial institution partner and private utility, public utility partner to digitalize their system so that bank can see the information and those information in terms of credit worthiness and their bank abilities, so that they can provide more financing to them. So that's my input. And yes, in the case of Cambodia, Ching Chang already mentioned except from a little bit from the central bank, they are less active from other government. But I think the private sector cannot wait. We have to press ahead and initiate this mobile financing. We have seen this, and we talk about SME finance, but there's one level up is corporate finance. So in the corporate finance, like Ching Chang mentioned about hydro, larger size ticket, they're also already happening in Cambodia. The challenge is more on the SME part. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for sharing us your experience in Cambodia. If I may go back to Sir Jin Chang, how do the rates and fees associated with movable asset financing compare to regular loans or commercial loans?
You mean how does the water project compare to regular loans?
The rates when you
mean the interest rate?
Yes.
From the cases that I presented, I actually look at their interest rate. Their interest rate is not high, definitely not high. Why? Because these are long-term loans, very long-term, like 15 year, 10 year. If you have very high interest rate, it's not going to work. So, but there may be some arrangements behind to adjust the interest rate. So if the base lending rate increase or decrease so much, then the interest rate will be adjusted. They are high. So that is, I mentioned, actually, this is on the internet, is open information. The interest rate is around 5.5% for 15 years. So it's very low, right? So the other one is probably less than 5% for the fixed funds. So they are not high at all.
What about in terms of requirements for applying to this kind of financing? Is it relatively to avail of it, or?
Of course, the borrower had to be like relatively well managed, so their financials may not necessarily be good. So often lenders will look at their very good financial ratios, but in movable asset space, that's not the case. So that's why I say normally risk management people need to be trained. If you are credit people understand, they will kill your deals. So in movable space is about when the cash can be converted and how can I put my hands on the cash. So that's the question. It's not being good or bad. So, but infrastructure is very different. In infrastructure space, you need a heavy government support. So if your tariff regime is not correct, I don't know in the case of Cambodia, whether or not the private water operator can charge enough to cover their costs and get some profit. But I know your government is not active, I mean Cambodia. But in normal the economy, for the rural water supply, so I guess when you say private water operators are rural water supply, including irrigation, so sewerage or whatever. So normally the income is from two sources. There's one source that the government will provide some payment. So the government pay on behalf of the users. But there is another part which is paid by the actual users. So government pays something, actual user also pays something. Then combined, then the private water operator, they will have enough income to cover their costs plus some returns. So the economics had to work. You cannot loss-making business easily. So, and then normally is through a PPP structure. You are from Manila Water. You are one of the four runners. So then normally they will need to set up a SPV for the specific project, and the SPV will have shareholding structure, so which will need to be satisfactory to the lender, and then the lender will lend to the SPV, and the SPV's income is only from a specific project, which means a specific water scheme. And that's normally the way to do it.
Okay, thank you for further enlightening us on this aspect. And then to follow through with Attorney Francis, have there been cases already that maybe you're aware of, you've handled relating to the application of this law that we have now?
Yeah, I think non-cases, if you're referring to court cases, no? But as we register chattel mortgages on behalf of clients, there are operational difficulties because of the absence or non-rollout of the PPSR under the regulations implementing the PPSA. Registration of mortgages are still done under the chattel mortgage law. Okay, there are, this PPSA revises almost totally the stringent requirements of the chattel mortgage law, like the affidavit of good faith. No? We learned that from law school, that for a chattel mortgage, there must be an affidavit of good faith. And that requirement has already been removed in this new law. But because registration is still done under the chattel mortgage law, what's happening is that the Register of Deeds still require the affidavit of good faith. I think it's a mandatory field in the electronic registration under the chattel mortgage law. And if you cannot give that, your chattel mortgage cannot be registered. Okay, so that's a practical and operational problem that we have come across. I think the aircrafts, no? It's exempted, it's excluded from this law. And the aircraft law says that if you mortgage an aircraft, you have to mortgage it under the chattel mortgage registry, pursuant to the chattel mortgage law and to the Property Registration Decree Act. Unfortunately, those laws have been expressly repealed by this new law. So again, there's that potential legal issue of whether mortgages of aircrafts under the chattel mortgage law and the electronic chattel mortgage registry would bind third parties. For example, if two persons take a mortgage on the same aircraft, one earlier dated, the other one is dated later, but the mortgage with the later date is mortgage with the chattel mortgage. The lender who has an earlier date may question that. So that's why it's very important that PPSR, the personal property registry system, be made up and going. Otherwise, it will be the legal. Of course, it's good for lawyers, but it's not good for the market. No, if you have all these legal issues, we're talking of we may be talking of billions of pesos that will be under litigation if illegal issues arising from the non-rollout of failure to roll out the PPSR is still persist. No? I'd like to point out that, and I think that Jin Chang has said that there's only one component. We have to educate lawyers, we have to educate the lenders, we have to educate the judges who will interpret the law. We have to, even the government who are mandated to implement the law. Otherwise, the law, the objectives or the policy objectives of the law will not be achieved. And it may be a more confusing state if we don't cover all tracks, so to speak. No? So I happen to be the chairman of the Commercial Law Department of the Philippine Judicial Academy, and told the court, well, let's educate the judges. In fact, if I may disclose, I arranged a meeting within Jin Chang's team and the Commercial Law Department of the Philippine Judicial Academy just to make sure that the judges are also on the same page. Because if the judges don't understand the law, this new law, in fact, they may be deciding cases under the old laws, no? Because, and then it will be a state of confusion. As an aside, no? You know, the incumbent Senate President was the prime mover of the PPSA when he was congressman. So I don't know, there's an oversight provision under the law that made, but I don't know if he will intervene to make sure that, but the incumbent president, Senate President, Zubiri.
Yeah.
I worked with him when we were doing the PPSA, and he's now the Senate, so there might be some there. Yeah. Of the Senate, upper house, of the upper house, the equivalent of your upper house.
And just to supplement what Francis said well, so now let's remember for the legal people and the lenders here. So if the market is developed, given the size of your population, what will be your number of deals in the Philippines? So we should be talking about 4 to 6 million deals. So how much is job for the lawyers? Every year, 4 to 6 million deals. How much is job for the lenders? How much money you are going to make? Why I say 4 to 6 million? Australia is 26 million people and 1.5 million deals per year, right? So you may say, oh, our personal income, per capita income is lower, but this is a business deal, this is not consumer deal. So these are no relationship with your per capita income. As long as your company's enterprise business are around, no relationship with how much per capita income you have. So the so-called PPSR, it means is the collateral registry, right? So, and then I'm not sure why it is not yet legally commenced. So the IT system actually was ready several years ago. So, and hopefully the legal commencement will start very soon. Now, under the old regime, you will use the wording like chattel mortgage, pledge, retention of title, all those things from the old law and from the civil code. So, and then you register in the chattel mortgage registry, right? So that's the old regime. Now, the new regime, you will register in PSR, and the terminology will be completely different. The terminology is only security interest. I register my security over your receivable, or I lend you $500,000. I take your receivable as my collateral or as my security. So the old wording no longer exists anymore. So never say chattel mortgage under the new regime when you are able to register. But now you are not able to, so you are told between the two. So you may still use the old one, chattel mortgage, and you can register in the old way. I think the old system is still available, right? Because the new one is not available. But under the new system, under the new law, terminology completely different. So the lawyers, please watch out. Where in the case of Cambodia, and I'm not sure if ANK has corrected or not. The lawyers in Cambodia, they say, "Oh, I follow secure transactions law," and then the language they say, "Oh, mortgage, pledge, and other things." On the first page, where I look at it, hey, your language is not in the law anymore. Your language is from sometime many years ago. So be careful with that. So we go back, look at your security agreement, loan agreement, and see what kinds of language your lawyers are using. Ask them, is this language in the new law? If not in the new law, your contract is not valid.
Okay, so in it's really good to note and to be aware now of the Philippines setup that we already have the law, but it is not yet operationalized. But as noted by Attorney Francis, there's a lot of opportunity to operationalize it, considering that the major advocate then is currently actually already the Senate President. So perhaps you can advocate with a group, with a finance group here to push for the operationalization of this PPSA or RA 11507 so that it can be a tool to financial inclusion for women, water, and climate resilience, considering that, as Sir Jingjang Lai said, there's a lot of opportunity here if this is already operationalized.
If I may add.
Yes, sir.
The PPSA is intended not only for the SMEs and the smaller players, but it can also be taken advantage of by the big companies. For example, I think Jingjang had an example. Talking to Mon Fernandez morning, I told him, "Don't you know, Mon, that since your water concession is personal property under the PPSA, and because you look at the PPSA, personal property or includes rights over contract. And of course, the concession agreement is a contract that gives the water concessionaire, MUC Maynilad, the right to draw raw water from Angat Dam. Okay, so that's one opportunity I was telling. This is free legal advice. Another opportunity, once the water is treated, because we are in a water forum, by the waterers, they store it in they treat water in the water treatment. You distribute to the public, you have storage. No? So the water in those storage facilities are personal property under this new law. And therefore, the water company like WC can take a mortgage on them. Can create a security interest over them. The inventory, because it's part of the inventory. And under the new law, the replacement of that water, because it's drawn, it's distributed, are automatically covered by the security agreement. So there are lots of opportunities. The question now, the problem now is that how will Manila Water, how will Maynilad, or will acceptable to the banks, considering that the personal property registry is not yet operationalized. So that's the elephant in the room, so to speak. And as I said a while ago, the electronic chattel mortgage has been tweaked and in fact tested to be the PPSR. And in fact, some of the chattel mortgages have been migrated. So the question, why don't we just use this in the meantime as the PPSR to solve all these problems and to prevent the potential of a state of confusion arising from the non-operationalization of the PPSR. I think all that's needed is the PPSR. Then I think everything will follow. Of course, the education of the judges, of the lawyers, and the other market players is very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Francis, for also sharing with us that this is not just for SMEs, but if it becomes operationalized, even big companies and other water utilities like where I come from, Manila Water, or the other concessionaire, Maynilad, can actually take advantage of. And there would be more opportunities for financing as well. So,
for that matter, even the receivables of the toll roads are personal property under the PPSA. They can be put up as collateral in favor of the banks. And I simplified this very simply. This new law simplifies creation of security agreements. You can just imagine the effect, the impact on the whole economy.
And some of the new infrastructure, one is of course the digital infrastructure, which is now a big business. They normally always get movable asset finance because they have receivable equipment and intellectual property. And then the other new infrastructure is the green, the infrastructure. So now every day you see people develop solar power or wind power. How do they finance themselves? With land and building? There's no land and building. It's always with future receivables plus a little bit equipment. So in the good market, that's normally what they do. In a not so good market, this is not well developed unless they borrow from money center like Singapore or Hong Kong with some unusual structures. It means the risk is taken by the people by the financial in the Singapore. The pricing will be very different. Instead of lending you 5%, you will get 10% the financing cost. And why do you have to bear additional cost if you can get your market better, right? So these benefits everyone.
So we take note that this is definitely going to benefit us if this law would become operationalized, because it would now be the foundation and the basis, strong legal policy framework for finance. Would there be, just curious, would there be any reason why this would pose more difficulty, or would, on the other side of the fence, could it also pose more challenges, or this is all really gonna be beneficial if this is operationalized? You think it's
For the borrower?
Yes, for the borrower or even the lenders?
For lenders, no. But for the unfamiliar lenders, they are getting away from their old ways of doing things. The old ways of doing things is like, I lend you $500,000, and every month my loan officer will go and visit your company, pretending that he is monitoring, not really monitoring. But now you will be real monitoring. So loan officer will believe that this is an additional burden for them. So in my normal language, I will say the way is a lazy way, but the new way is a professional way. And for the borrowers, normally once they understand, they will be very happy about it. So they may feel that they have less control over their cash flow, but that is fine. And why the borrower is happy about it? Because they will be in a position that as soon as you need money, money is readily available, automatically available. They don't have to treat you. They don't invite you for lunch or dinner in order to get a loan. The arrangement already created. As soon as you have available and eligible receivable and inventory, you automatically get the credit. So it's an easy life for the business borrower.
That is truly enlightening, that the benefit would far outweigh any challenges to be posed on the loan officer once this is operationalized. So to recap, we want this to move forward because it would definitely provide more opportunities. So movables financing. However, there are several elements for this to succeed. And as mentioned, that would be the following: the clear, effective, and efficient secure transactions legal framework, which fortunately we already have, but just needs to be further operationalized. And then continuous understanding for our judicial and legal professionals. Also, an active lending industry competent in movables finance, supportive banking regulations and supervisory practice, efficient and reliable support services. I'm taking this from Sir Jean Chang's presentation earlier. And discerning borrowers as well who would understand the movables financing. And that's it, basically. So any final statements, sir, before we end the panel? Or Attorney Francis is asking the floor if there would be any questions. Attendees of this forum.
Microphone, please.
Good afternoon. Rafael Francisco Amparo, Executive Director, Rural Bankers Association of the Philippines. I'd just like to add, I think one area you should explore is government guarantee program support. From the perspective of the smaller financial institutions, rural, we credit exposures attractive when they are supported by effective credit risk transfer arrangements such as guarantees by PhilGuarantee, ACPC. And then it wouldn't matter to the lending bank if the collateral were movable or real estate. Just a suggestion.
Government. The government guarantee will be very useful. So the word security means collateral plus guarantee. So you can say that credit guarantee is a reputational collateral. So it's basically in the same space. But let's remember that normally the loans guarantee is less than 5% of the total the need for borrowing. So guarantee is normally very limited. And the other thing is normally credit guarantee company also need what are those counter guarantee? Land and building? No. If the borrower already had land and building, they already borrow, they don't need your guarantee. So normally the credit guarantee companies counter guarantee also movable asset.
Any further comments or questions from our participants? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeng Pascual. I have a question about this whole setup. It's about the risk, and it relates to a question earlier raised. There are sort of a bias towards businesses because we want to help SMEs, right? Is there a bias towards businesses that have more utility type businesses rather than trading? Because if you're a buy and sell business, if you are a mom and pop store, sari store, the credit risk will be much higher. Therefore, banks will tend to lend more to those with movable assets that are tangible, high valued, rather than inventory that you can. If your business stops tomorrow, then what happens to your cash flows and the inventory?
Yeah, a very good question. So maybe you are from a financial institution. So the good news is just opposite. So if you don't have a movable asset finance, suppose you are a trading company, how do you get financing? Basically, very little possibility, except if your owner is financially very strong, he provides some personal guarantee. Normally, they don't get financing. But with a movable asset trading company, they have receivable, they have inventory. They always get financing. Why? Because their cash conversion is very quick, right? So for those stores, if they are very small, they can get microfinance. And Philippines is very, very developed in microfinance. You have Dr. Lee's group, which is financing very well. If you want to be a little bit more formalized, how do they get financing? Movables. How do they get movables? There are all kinds of ways to give them, and the lenders like it because normally the pricing is a little bit higher, and they are easy to control the cash flows. How do you control that? You may say, oh, mom and pop shop, how do I control? Very easy. You have the banking card. You swipe the banking card, there is a POS machine in the old days. So the bank will give the POS machine free. I give you a POS machine free. It means all the flows will run through my bank. So the easy way to do it is, okay, for every 3 months flow, I will give you a loan that is equal to every 3 months flows. And then every flow, I will deduct, let's say, 2% until it's paid down. Then I give you another loan based on your larger flow. Easy business. These advertisements are everywhere for this kind of business, but not in Philippines. Okay, my school is creating a new electronic platform, and there was a big ceremony to launch the platform last month in Macau. So their objective is to reach 1 million small retailers, 1 million, with one platform. Easy concept, easy business. Receivables, very easy. And in some countries where their legal framework is not very developed, where they have less control on receivable, they try to do it based on the inventory of the retail store. They basically send in their loan officer to check on the inventory every 2 weeks or every month. So the difference in the inventory is the flows. And then they based on those flows, then they give out the loan. But of course, there are conditions. So any payment that are running through the cards or digital payment system must go through the lender, so that the lender has the flows. What is the flow? Flow is the money in the account. It's in and out, in and out. So if you don't get the pay, of course you take all the money in the account. But before you take all the money, you take a certain percentage every day on every sales. Easy, right? So it's a different way of thinking. But this kind of thinking not only need to be learned by lenders, but also need to be learned by lawyers, by the judges, by government officials. Otherwise, you will not get the correct contract, and the judges will rule in unusual ways, and then you will kill the market.
Okay. From me, would you like to share also on that experience? Have you?
For AMK, I think that the same thing on that, the question come. I think when we start, to looking at the movable asset financing, we ask ourselves, a lot of questions in terms of risk. So because we never and we lack of, the experience and skill regarding to, how we design the policy, how the risk change to absorb the what we will to do with the new initiative. So when I think when we start, to do this, to me, I think we can bring, the customer with the whole supply chain. For example, for AMK case with, private operator, a private water operator. When we provide, the fine to them to pick up, we require them because we not microfinance. I think it's not only microfinance. We are the MDI. It means the microfinance that can take deposit. So we have, the bill payment, we have the payroll service. So when we provide, the supply chain or movable asset financing to PWO, we require them, to use our ecosystem. It means that we require them, to pay, let their customer to pay bill through our system. So I think this is the one that we can do manage risk as well. Because income through in our platform, so we can manage very clear on that. Thank you.
Final point. In the case of Cambodia, you are from Cambodia, so we are now planning for a webinar on June 8th. So just on this topic, how to lend based on the flows, which in North America they call merchant cash advance. But this is too long, too difficult name. In East Asia, we normally say a POS loan, like the POS machine, or a flows loan. So I know it's not yet in Cambodia, but this is something that we can try to help educate the market. So and hopefully, I mean, you are welcome to join, Mr. Han. So this we are proposing something to do it on June 8th webinar. This is a topic, how to land based on the flows. That is a good question that which I just answered. So this is something that can easily be done in Cambodia.
Yeah, I just want to share my observations in regarding to this movable financing. I think land of real estate as collateral, but they need more. So the way they do it, out for the time being, bank will look at those strong, have good relationship with the SOFA and provide additional capital for them, rather than looking at a pure new borrower and pure movable financing, movable collateral. So I think that's a way to start movable finance in this space. And I think there was a statistic. I think Chang was present. The collateral can be mixed of both real estate, also movable collateral as well, not just movable. A way to start lending. Yep, thank you.
So thank you very much to our panelists for this portion of the forum on movables asset financing. For sure, we've all learned a lot, as I have. So thank you very much.
Can I ask everyone to stay on stage? Can I call on Lesson Director Ador Abrojena and Chairperson Jay Santos to give our token of appreciation to the speakers and the panelists? We will be having a video showing titled The Worth of Water, starring my twin, Matt Damon. So please watch video. And while we're doing this, you're free to get some coffee. Here in the back, we have some coffee and some tea in the back. Okay, then we will start with our last and final session, session 5, which is challenges among water utilities.
Nice meeting
One more.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we can start on session 5, which is the financing challenges among the water utilities. Our invited panelists will discuss the financing challenges that the water utilities are facing right now. And they may also share their own experiences. So let us now welcome our panelists. Kindly please come as I call your name. Our first panelist is the best Secretary of the Department of Public Works and Highway, and now President and CEO of Metro Water, Mr. Rogelio Babe Singson. The best Secretary of DPWH. I would also like to call in Attorney Vicente Homer Reville, Administrator of the Local Water Utilities Administration, or the LUA. I'd like to call also Mr. Jose Mabulay, Chairman of the Philippine Association of Water Districts and Board Chairman of Katkat Balogan City Water District. And for our moderator, I would like to call him my good friend and the only fellow who owes me a lot of shirts because of his funny post in our group chat, Atebiotan of Accra Law and 2019 Phoenix President. You have the floor, Attorney Ebotan.
Okay. Just one more. Please, please. Yes. Okay, yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before we start this session, I was requested by Gay to announce that we'll be showing a short video by Matt Damon. So, roll video. Yes, so again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have this last session on financing challenges among water utilities. And we're very fortunate to have with us today three gentlemen who will share their insights with us this afternoon. We have Mr. Jose Abulay Jr., the chairman of the Philippine Association of Water Districts and the general manager of the Catalogan City Water District. We also have Secretary Rogelio Babes Singson, the president and CEO of Metro Pacific Water, and Attorney Vicente Homer Reville, the administrator of the Local Utilities Administration. So I'd like to call them in the order that their names are presented in the program, and I would like to ask each of them first to say something about their respective, and then maybe to share with us their insights on the topic. So may I first request Mr. Jose Abulay Jr. to introduce the Philippine Association of Water Districts and the Catalogan City Water District. Please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, for purposes of self-preservation, I'd like to I'm the vice chairman of Catalogan Water District, not the general manager. The Philippine Association of Water Districts has more than 500 members of varying sizes, from more than 200 connections to 210,000 connections. That's how varied the sizes are. Which means that our finance vary widely. But there is one concern that is very common to most, and that is the access for financing for the rehabilitation, protection, and management of our watershed areas. Our watershed areas are those areas that recharge our water sources. So we know that the thicker the vegetation, the more effective the recharging. The thinner, the less effective. So we have to enhance the vegetation. But then we know that in almost all of these watershed areas, there is a continuing denudation of those areas. There are residents there that engage in timber poaching, charcoal making, and those are very destructive. So I suppose it's tricky to find a financer that would extend loans to reforest those areas, knowing that when we apply for loans, we cite the problems, and that if this loan comes our way, this will be the effect. We will have more connection, we will have more income. But in this issue, we'll be saying, well, if you loan us this amount, we will be able to maintain our connections, our water system 20 years, up to 20 or 25 years. So that's how tricky it is. Now, this problem becomes apparent only when there is, for example, El Nino. Because during El Nino, if our watershed areas are not well vegetated, then the shortage of water becomes longer and more acute. So that is the most common financing access problem. So now we are on El Nino episode again. But according to both CNN and BBC websites, this may be a very different El Nino episode. Because El Niños are related to the temperature in the ocean. Warming, or the rate of warming for this year is the highest on record, which means the El Nino may be more severe. And worse, it's not just the highest. The rate of increase of the temperature is the fastest in history. So, given the problems that we have to brace for those events. I think that's I can share. Thank you.
Yeah, so I understand that the water districts are the principal suppliers of water outside Metro Manila.
Yes, okay.
Or the jurisdiction of the MWSS. No?
Yes,
so
yes.
you play a very big role in supplying water to the whole country.
For the rest of the country.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like to call Secretary Babes to tell us exactly what Metro Pacific Water does, its relationship to Maynilad and MPIC, and his insights on the financing challenges of water utilities. Secretary Babes.
Thank you, Attorney Abbott. Good afternoon to everyone. I will have to read from my notes because of my senior age. So I think among all of us here, I'll probably am the most senior. Anyway, I work for Metro Pacific Water, and this is an affiliate of Maynilad, and we handle the water distribution outside of Maynilad. In other words, the Maynilad concession is limited to Metro Manila, and Metro Pacific Water is outside of that concession area. So right now, we're very active in Iloilo. We're very active in Dumaguete and Cagayan de Oro. We still are until we finalize the buyout in Laguna. We used to be engaged also partly in Cebu, and we are continuing to look at other areas outside of Metro Manila, Zamboanga City, Butuan, all those who are needing financing as well as technical capability to improve their water districts. So, you want me to go to, in terms of, well, good news. I'll start with the good news before the bad news. The good news is the current administration under President Bongbong Marcos Jr. has already made the PPP and joint venture as a policy, and this includes opening up opportunities for private investors to invest in water districts, as well as enter into joint ventures with water districts. That's the good news. The bad news, I will just repeat what Secretary Jokno mentioned this morning, and I will enumerate what he said. And Secretary Jokno said, it's the weak and fragmented institutional setup. I'll expound on that a little bit. Second, he said, competing and changing priorities in water infrastructure. This is good because, in other words, there is money to compete for. The danger is if there's no competition because there's no funds. But apparently, there's competition, that means there's sufficient funds to compete for. Right? The third, he says, lack of science-based decision support system. I will add to that, aside from lack of science-based decision support system, it is the highly politicized water districts that are in the system. You can imagine every time there's mayor, he would like to replace members of the board of the water district. Tama ba yun? So, hindi naman kaya because they have tenures, no? Now, let me explain a little bit more, the first one, highly fragmented governance in the water sector. In other words, we find that there are just too many regulatory bodies in the water sector and sometimes conflicting. I just hope with the LUA administrator here, he will have to impose what has to be done in the water segment. No? Now, I can cite an example. I just don't want to mention the exact location, but I know of a city that has very strong potential for tourism. Unfortunately, there are 3 service providers in that city. Okay, so how can you have one created by the water district or LUA, another created by the provincial, and one given permit by the local city government? So in one area, you have 3 service providers. A customer can choose who can provide them. You can imagine how many pipes are laid in that area. You have one service provider who was offering us, if we were interested, he had less than 100 connections. So to us, it's not a viable proposition. That's the difficulty for getting financing because of respecting contracts. No? How do you solve an area where you have 3 different grantors or granted by 3 different agencies? Who regulates the water tariff? Who will approve your water tariff? Is it LUA? Is it the governor? Is it the mayor? We really don't know. Okay. The second is very important for private financing is respecting concession agreements provisions. Our experience in Maynilad, we've never gotten the tariff based on the concession. It's always pushed back. Or if it is granted in partial payments, accumulate. In the meantime, if you avail of bank financing, your banks will not allow you a day behind schedule. They will not accept that as a reason. So very important in terms of making financing available is respect for contracts. Now, as I said, there are regulators, but no one wants to enforce the contract. So what is the recourse of the concession? Beg, or the private investor. The third is, as I mentioned, the highly politicized situation. that this can be addressed so that there is some stability. We cannot expect financing when they know that it's possible that the terms you get today may be changed after 3 years. So those, Attorney Abbott, would be the key challenges. And I see Roderick Plata of NEDO, and I know they are now formulating national government policies to make sure that PPP is going to be acceptable, especially in the water sector.
Well, it's good to know also that this administration is now again enthusiastic about PPPs, unlike the previous administration. Okay, so let me see. Next, I'll call on Attorney Reville, and he wants to share some slides. Oh, you can say, all right, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As we gather here today, we are aware of the urgency of collective action as we foster partnerships, leverage our intellectual capacities, craft inventions. It's a great emphasis on water resource management. It is in this vein that we wish to emphasize the crucial role of the local water utilities administration, together with the water districts, in developing our local sustainable institutions through financial development and regulatory services. We currently have 532 operational water districts covering 995 cities and municipalities, benefiting 22.3 million people, or 5.4 million households, with direct access to safe and potable supply of drinking water. Our unwavering commitment to championing new operational responses through the provision of financing services lies at the core of our efforts to enhance water resource management. It is truly in our mission that we at LUA is imbued with public interest, because together with the local water districts, we are all GOCCs, and we have been created 50 years ago. 50 years this coming September is already the 50th anniversary of PD 198. And I could safely say that this system is a very dependable and sustainable system that this country had ever developed. With our strong partnership with the water districts, LUA stands at the forefront in providing safe and affordable drinking water and sanitation. In this regard, it gives me great pleasure to announce that we at LUA have been here for only 3 months. We have already released the sum of about 400 million to 75 water supply projects in response to the needs of the water districts. We continue to strive forward, being the more responsive to the needs of the water districts through financing, technical support, and strengthening our institutional services, all of which remain central to our mission. I would like to share to each and every one of you our program for the PBBM projects, which is Patubig sa Buong Bayan at Mamamayan. This project will underscore the importance of sustaining our efforts and extending our vision in addressing the water demands of the public. To this end, we are targeting for the completion of a total of 738 water supply projects and 43 sanitation projects amounting to about 25 billion pesos or 5 billion pesos every year until 2028. These projects reflect LUA's steadfast commitment to expanding its service coverage, operationalizing the non-operational water districts, and covering the remaining unserved cities and municipalities in the country, and implementing the sanitation projects, because now we have to implement it because of the water code and because of the Mandamus ruling. Our projection for the next 5 years is that we are targeting to have more adequate, safe, and affordable drinking water, to have an additional 670,000 served households, or 2.7 million additional served population, or an increase of about 12% on the part of LUA's responsibility. Also on the part of our partners with the water districts, we are also going to target until 2028 for a generated investments that would have about 1.14 million more households, and with 4.67 million additional served population, or a 21% increase in the households to provide access to safe, affordable drinking water and sanitation. By the end of 2028, we are going to have our synchronized efforts together with LUA and the water districts that we hope to serve at least additional 1.8 million additional households for the entire country, or an increase of connection within our territorial jurisdiction by about 33% additional households that will be served. Truly, these PBBM projects are grounded in LUA's core value that no one should be left behind. This is the legacy of the PBBM projects. Alongside this, we also have investments that we are from the ADB Water District Development Sector Project, and which is currently now with the NEDA board. And we have our friend here, ASEC Eric Planta, who is helping us in ensuring that we get the approval coming from the ICC. Thank you, my friend. It is expected to provide more funds for the development of the water district once approved. The ADB projects showcase LUA's initiative to seek international funding for the benefit of the water districts. Truly, the water sector is closely linked to economic growth, and the success of our water projects can pave the way for sustainable development and economic progress. Our society cannot thrive without water, and LUA's mission is crucial to this equation. Together with our development partners, we are prepared to work hand in hand to ensure that the strategic intentions and contingency plans we have expressed today are translated into acted measures and make a real difference at the grassroots level. Our scaled-up efforts are continuously demonstrating our strong commitment to crafting an integrated towards making a sustainable and inclusive water-secured future a reality. When we work together with determination and purpose, as we have been saying it, no problem is too big. So there's really no problem if we align all our efforts. Let us continue to push forward with our efforts towards a water-secure future, knowing that our collective actions today will have a lasting impact on generations to come. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Attorney Reville. I was doing a little research and this is what I read. What is LUA? The GOCC, that is a specialized lending function with a specialized lending function mandated by law and oversee the development of water supply systems in provincial cities and municipalities outside metropolitan Manila. And the LUA is the only lending institution, whether in the public or private sector, with the financial, technical, and institutional development competence to enable a water district's water supply project to generate return on investments, etc., etc. So your agency actually plays a very, very crucial and important role in the success and operations of water districts. I'd like to invite questions from the floor and even questions from among the resource speakers here. Yes, Secretary Babes.
Attorney Abbott, may I just add, the difficulty prevailing in the water districts is that they, up to now, many of them still rely on deep well water. Okay, there is no way that deep well water is sustainable. It has to be from surface, and surface water has to be protected or coming from protected watershed. If the watershed, as mentioned by engineer here, is not protected, silt and poor water during dry months, and then floods during rainy season. Okay. Now, having said that, one single water district, however, support developing bulk supply. No? Developing a source like Angat cannot be handled by just one water district. So our proposition to the national government is, please, why don't the national government fund the development of bulk water supply from surface water, because that is what is needed to address flooding, to address irrigation, to address potable water. My question is, DPWH funds roads and bridges. Do we ask the users of those roads and bridges to pay? What is more important, the roads or developing the water source? Okay. All of you, I'm sure, will agree that developing their source is more important. DPWH has a budget. Unfortunately, it is under flood control. And you know, that's, if you have good use for it, it would have been better used for surface water development rather than flood control by political jurisdictions. It has to be addressed based on a river basin. It has to be from watershed all the way to the coast. It cannot be solved by political jurisdiction.
May I add?
Yes, please.
Yes, he mentioned, first of all, self-preservation. Again, I'm not an engineer. It's about El Nino a while. With regard to La Nina, it poses another set of problems for the local water districts. First, our water become murky usually. So eventually we have to stop the flow of water because it becomes more complicated flushing them. Now, so that's one. Secondly, with regard to the watershed, with La Nina, with the higher rainfall, it doesn't necessarily get absorbed into the water table, because if it's denuded, then it just goes down. Worse, it carries along topsoil, which means the problem of revegetating them again becomes even more serious. So the more we postpone action on this matter, the more difficult it will become solving this problem. Thank you.
I fully subscribe to the observation of Secretary Babes that indeed in our country, not all, because we are an archipelago, not all areas in our country, not all provinces, towns, municipalities, barangays are similarly situated. But those places wherein there's a possible bulk water supply because they have the rivers, they have the surface water, I believe that the thrust of the government is to develop those surface waters. That is where the big ticket projects should be invested. It will take some time, but if we do that, we are securing our nation, because most of our inhabitants usually live or thrive along the river. That's part of that's how we develop our communities. So it means it should be very strategic when we do things. Develop the supply of water, because that is at the end of the day, that's where a lot of our inhabitants live. And to correlate with that, at the same time, so that no one should be left behind with the other areas, provinces, cities, municipalities, or barangays, that's that connect these big water supplies. But if they have groundwaters, then that's the time that they should really be developed. Now, on the part of local water utilities administration and the water districts, we are serving the level 3 communities, that is directly using our tap water, as compared to levels 1 and 2. So that's a big difference. It means if you really want to have a more targeted population number, household number for our country, this setup of the local water utilities administration, the water districts, is a more intentional when we are going to invest our water resources. As regards to the levels 1 and 2, of course, some are far in the barangays, which are the last, but no one should really be left behind. That is those are nasa laylayan, or they are at the part of our countryside which is really far. We have to do good in order to also supply them. Hopefully, there's really a sustainable groundwater for them. But some of our places in our country, they're islands. And no matter what we do with these islands, they do not have even groundwater or even just a surface water for them or shallow wells for them. I came from a small province, and I can feel it because these islands doesn't have sources of water. So since we can't do anything with this on how to develop our system because they are fishing grounds, that's the time that if we want to be bold and daring in our investments, that's where salination should really come. Putting forward all investments for us, not on the part of the LUA and the water districts. It is very intentional, very dependable and sustainable when we do things. So I would like to ask since we are talking about financing, I believe that there must be a continuing investments in the water supply and sanitation for the LUA and the water districts area of jurisdiction. Be sustainable, because on the part of LUA and the water districts, sometimes there are years that it is not consistent. There's any support. For this year alone, 2023, we have a very low budget at LUA. So if we really are going to say that we want to develop our water resources, maybe ask our policymakers in the national government to really put their money where their mouth is, so to speak. So that's my appeal to each and every one of you, that we are all here. And thank you for this gathering, because we're able to air our side and how we would like this group to help also our nation, for the nation building. Thank you and good afternoon.
You know, water to me is the most important resource, or even utility. I think most of us here can do without power most of the day or the whole day, but I don't think we can do without water. So it's really, to me, the most important resource.
Attorney Abbott, I can ask everybody in this room, how much do you pay for water compared to electricity? Maybe a fifth of what you pay for electricity. Think about it.
Yes, please.
I just like to react to both of my co-panelists with regard to admin. It's about the outlying barangays. This is what called, just like in electricity, the last barangay, last mile connecting that. These don't earn income. Hindi kagad nababayaran. Because that means it's the last mile. There are only very few people who benefit from that. That's why it's more expensive, and yet the returns come more slowly. And then with regard to the parallelism cited by Sir Babes about there are roads, but we don't ask them to pay. How about watershed? Another parallelism there. Technically, our watersheds are protected areas. By all accounts, all functions, they are protected areas. And yet, if we compare this protected area, our watershed, to the other protected areas that are not watershed, that do not contribute to water directly, this should be more important. And yet, we don't get assistance from the government for this. We know the problems of LUA, so we don't expect LUA to loan us, because they also loan from. So, this is also a protected area. Why can't the government help us? This is more important. If we compare all the importance of all the water, of all the protected areas, this is the most important protected area. Thank you.
I think Secretary Babes budget of Attorney Reville, you'd like to say?
Yes.
The question is, you're supposed to be the only financing agency for our principal financing agency of the water districts. So how much do you have to finance their projects and their operations?
Under PD 198, we have in our relationship with the water districts, we were both created 50 years ago, so kami magkakapatid. So we were given the task to help them in financing, on the technical aspect, and also in the institutional building. It is a complete package, so to speak, to be there for the development of the water districts. Because at the end of the day, water is more about development. We're talking more about development, also environment, also sustainability that we also have to look into. Now, I believe that there must be consistency. The operative word is consistency. If we really want to develop our water sector for the country, it should be consistent. Not for this year, we will only give a very minimal funding. The next year, a bigger amount of funding, and a year or two, no funding again. So I think it's all about consistency. Even that's how we do with our lives. If you want to be very intentional, we should be consistent in how we do things. So I would like to ask on the part of the leadership, the policymakers of our country, if we are indeed saying that water resource is the priority, then we should readily invest in this together. There's a big threat now, which is the El Nino, and that's why we have to have the right inventory of our water resources and develop those. So on the part now of LUA, we'll be knocking on the kind hearts of our legislators and our national government to have more funds to be given through LUA to the water districts. Because as you can see, the question now will be about dependability and sustainability. Because most of our projects, they are really dole-outs. Well, on the part of the LUA and the part of the water districts, we intend to make it sustainable because we are GOCCs and we want to make it self-sustaining. It's doing development of the resources because of our growing population too. And now we have to again invest also partly on the sanitation too.
I think to make the water districts successful, there's a lot of things that need to be done in terms of infrastructure, like bulk water supply, for example. These are big ticket items, no? And you really need economies of scale. You cannot just do for one small district. It has to be, from top down, no? And that really needs a lot of funding. And I'm not blaming you because you're not the one in charge of doling out, giving the LUA the money. But I've heard the budget for LUA for this is unbelievably measly compared to what we know should. Yes, huh? Secretary, Simona.
No, the water segment and the water agencies really need full support. No? At this point, they're not getting the support that is needed to make to give water to all. No? For example, I know for a fact that in some jurisdictions, the far-flung, mga last mile, it's cheap. It's better for the with every other day, no? Rather than lataran mo ng tubo. Okay? Now, in fact, I'll challenge water.org if of the sustainability program, refilling stations. LGUs are willing to maintain those refilling stations and have a tricycle deliver bottled water to the far-flung areas. No? Yung mga 5-liter bottles. No? Rather than them just relying on whatever water source that are unclean, unsafe, and you can save lives. No? So to me, I know, as I said, there are jurisdictions in Asia that are now doing this. No? Water refilling stations provided by the LGUs distributing potable water to far-flung areas. Kasi wala silang pinagkukuhanan eh.
Yes, please, Kay. If any one of you have, please chime in. Raise your hand.
Sec Babes, actually, I mentioned this year was an opportunity for me to really go and travel, and one of the countries that I went to first time was India. And I cannot claim credit for the work there, but my colleagues did a good work in reaching the far-flung communities. The model they have in India, the local government puts up the water tank. So if that's something that we can envision for the Philippines, definitely it's not the government's accountability alone. And definitely the resources for the government, if it even increases for LUA budget, still not enough. So the key here, yes, it's consistency, but the key here is really the openness to collaborate. I hope LUA will be open to partner with .org in terms of connecting you to complement your resources to help the local utilities also tap into our network of financial institutions. Because so much to be done, and the government cannot do alone. So it's beyond consistency, it's the openness to partner, not just with us, but everybody in the ecosystem. Thanks.
Yeah, let me add that there's enough finance wide available in the water sector. It's a matter of putting together good projects. No? We hope that we can finalize an agreement with water.org. Gay, I hope you don't mind my mentioning the offer that, in the water district, sometimes people cannot even afford the initial connection fee, no? And the payment for the water meter. Okay? Because they're really poor. 2,000 connection fee and water meter. Water.org can help access financing to those poor communities or poor families, and they will provide financing, and you pay through the water district, which we will then pay if it's not grant. Better if it's a grant. But as I said, just paying on installment is good enough. What they cannot afford is the initial big payment for connection fees and the water meters.
I think the first step here is really to convene. We've had a conversation this morning for the information of the water utilities and other partners here. initial convention, an agreement in principle with Secretary Loizaga, former Secretary Babes, to sit down with a lean group of champions, movers, influencers like you, Attorney Reveal, to think through a more strategic and comprehensive approach to the water security for the Philippines. So I look forward to, hope you can spare them, sit down, very really sustainable solution towards the water security.
We're very much grateful for this opportunity. If you're with the water.org for if we can have our financing support with your organization. Actually, we have been meeting our office. We have been meeting almost with all the different water sectors. Yesterday, we were together with the water districts here. We have been together since morning. Then I never thought that we have another meeting in the afternoon by 4 o'clock. So it was together with the group from the DNR. It was with USEC. He's the head of. He's now taking over the operation, the office, the newly created office. So together with the water districts, we are united with LUA and the other water agencies to converge in order to align and harmonize our efforts towards having a proper water management and sanitation for our country. So we're very much willing to communicate and have our partnership with your organization. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Actually, I have 3 questions. First, I will address Sir of the...
Could you please identify yourself?
Sagani Daba po. I represent the now Cooperatives Water Service Federation. Just brief background there, we are supplying bulk water to Cotabato Water District. And we are also providing level 3 service to Bislig City. We offered to supply bulk water to Bislig Water District, but they refuse us. So we have done already for the Poblacion, we are doing for Bangagoy, and I don't think something will be left for the Bislig Water District when this is completed. My question to you, sir, is, in our sense, a major problem that is not being addressed is the high non-revenue water of water districts. I don't know if you have identified that. You identified only. I agree with you. That's why in our own share of that is we're doing tree planting for the last 3 years already. So we're doing that. No? So that's my question. It is really a problem.
It is a very common problem. I did not mention it because our forum is supposed to be regarding climate change, but if recognizing it as a problem, it is a very big problem. You see, some of us, the piping systems are already 50,
70
years old, so that there's a leak here, then you stop it, there's another, then you want to repair it, but you have financial problems there. That's why one of the benefits of having joint ventures is they come in with fresh capital for But if you are asking me if that's a problem, that is a problem for all of the water districts.
Thank you, sir. Maybe the second point actually is addressed to Attorney Reveal. We offered actually 3 water districts. We will do the repiping because we recognize that problem. I don't know how true it is, but they said getting approval from LOA about direct partnership is not that easy. So I don't know if that is true. So I hope with the current, it was mentioned earlier that there is already a joint venture arrangement being pushed. I hope that can be implemented, and of the 3 water districts, 2 are very interested. One did not even bother to answer our suggestion, that will help them. On a page-by-page basis, because cooperative don't have that lots of money actually also. So, but in that water district where we really are based, we didn't even get the response. So that's unfortunate. So yes, sir.
Oh, that's a very laudable if you already have the bulk water supply ready. Is that what you're saying with your cooperative?
Actually, in one area, sir, I'll not name the place, we have extra water from 2 sources. We offered to sell the extra water to the water district. There's no response at all.
I would like also to see the water districts too, of course. But then on my part, respond to you. It's all about you talk with each other. If you can sell better, if you have a better scheme for them, agreement with them, then maybe we will just readily support and be more responsive to your needs. Because at the end of the day, for me, my policy, if it will be for the greater good, especially of the population through the water districts, then I will readily support that. In line with that, but just talk with the water districts too. I would like to know how things are happening, and maybe we can sit in one table, open kami. And at the same time, regarding the RW, I think it should really be addressed in our country, because I just talked with JICA, and of course, I'm asking also help from them. So they told me that in Japan, it is a single digit NRW. If we have a lesser NRW, non-revenue water, in our country, it means that we are not wasting our resources too. So the more efficient that we operate, the better for our service, the better for the environment too, because we are not wasting it.
Yeah.
So I fully subscribe that we should really address the NRW situation in our country.
To 2 water districts, sir, is we advanced the funds needed for repiping, and then the collection will just be tucked in bill for water. And I think they have some problems getting approval on that from LOA. That's what I was told.
Attorney Bill, there was a model presented by our friends from Indonesia. It is performance-based non-revenue water reduction program, funded by the proponent, like in this case, the cooperative, revenue sharing.
Yes.
70% goes to the investor, yung nagpalit ng tubo, 30% goes to the water district.
On the water reduction, sir. It can pay for itself. We know that it can pay for itself.
I know. Kung nasa 40% yung non-revenue water, may baba mo ng kalahati yun. May 100% kayong paghahatian.
In one instance, sir, it's even 55% non-revenue water.
Which is typical. Now, maybe if LUA would be open to that kind of a model, no? Yung performance-based NRW reduction program funded by the private sector, and then based on savings, may specific formula, whatever is saved, 70-30. 70 goes to the investor who laid the pipe, 30% goes to the water district.
That can be a very good avenue for us if ever there will be some joint ventures that will happen. So that's targeted. When we know that there's a target that we have to follow, then we are very much open to it.
Thank you, sir. Just last point to Secretary Bebs.
May I? Yeah, it's just maybe for those who are not familiar. Non-revenue water means that they just are wasted. So that if they are saved, they become revenue. So that's what you are talking about. Since they have additional income from the water that has been converted into a revenue water, then that's how you divide it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just comment on one of the points, Secretary Bebs, that water, especially in upland areas, it's very expensive to pipe it. We have recently just brought in water to upland barangays, no? Several upland barangays. But although we're still incurring loss now, it's not that huge actually. Our more on the financing cost. So that if we can just lower the financing cost, I do believe it is viable. So that's just a comment on what you have said, sir.
Go to water.org. Sabi mo sige.
Yeah, I think water.org is offering very easy terms. No? Question, yes, please. Lynn?
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Engineer Carlos Santos Jr., the General Manager of Santa Maria Water Bulacan, former President of the Philippine Association of Water Districts. This is not a question, but more of an information with respect to the opinion of Secretary Singson. I would like to share with you a very successful relationship wherein public and private partnership is very successful in terms of bulk water supply. Perhaps many of you doesn't know this, and it's existing for the past 4 years, and this is the Bulacan Bulk Water Project. And if you know this, that this is already being implemented, and 22 water districts are benefiting from this, as well as millions of Filipinos in the province of Bulacan. There is a tripartite agreement between the provincial government of Bulacan, the Metropolitan Water Works and Sewerage System, because Bulacan is part of the jurisdiction of NWSS in terms of water supply. Secretary Singson probably knows this. And the local water districts. We are 22 in the province of Bulacan. Right now, with that public-private partnership, it was bidded out by a 9184 or the government procurement law for transparency purposes. And the winning proponent is San Miguel Corporation. Would you believe that the initial cost of bulk water when we started 19, it was only 8 pesos and 50 centavos per cubic meter. That's how cheap the water is. And the water comes from Ang Dam and Ipo Dam and through Aqueduct number 6. Right now, the water available for the Bulacan Bulk Water Supply Project is roughly 180 million liters per day. That's how big that water is. And about 7% of that allocation being used now by the 13 water districts, including Santa Maria Water District. This has been a very good project since the public and the private sector really invested in this. And now the problem of the water districts with the Bulacan bulk water supply is the internal improvement programs, wherein problem now is how are you going to get all this water and it efficiently reticulation system. And that is now the challenge for us, water districts in Bulacan. We can get loans. How do we get loans to, lay additional pipelines to accommodate all this bulk water supply? And I'm saying this so that everybody would know that this bulk water supply is really doable, and it takes public and private partnership to do this, and dedication from government and local districts and the provincial government, if that would be the case. Because as just what Secretary Singson said, one water district cannot do anything or put up a bulk water supply project on its own. Because this Bulacan bulk project costs roughly around 5 billion pesos. So this is more an information, and I hope the WMRO would be able to address this. so that this could be duplicated. It has been successful in the province of Bulacan. You can do this anywhere as long as there is water sources that are identified either in other provinces in the Philippines. That's all, and thank you.
So there is really a need to sort of organize these water districts, no, in economic clusters, because I don't think one water district, yes, it must be economies of scale, no? But I think what he's saying is it can be done. It's being done right now. No? Yeah.
Maybe it would depend on the situation. There are water districts with common watershed. That they have a common watershed, then that would be very effective. But there are also local water utilities who have their sources are also just for the within the watershed. It seems to be confusing. Technically, scientifically, watershed means from ridge to reef. But among water districts, the protected area is what we call watershed area. Usually, our watershed area supplies only the local water district concerned. For example, in Catbalogan, the watershed of Catbalogan, then the portion of that can supply only the Catbalogan. The other nearby are very far, so it would not be that work well. So it would depend on the situation.
Any other questions from the floor? Because I think I got a sign from Lynn already that we should close soon. But anybody else with any questions, comments? Yes, please.
Yes, magandang hapon po. I am Maricel Tolentino from Kaisahan. We are a local NGO that supports communities in the Dinagat Islands in developing their watershed management plan. We just concluded that project with the help of Forest Foundation Philippines. So we are a grantee of Forest Foundation, and they have been doing work with communities in terms of conservation of watersheds, watershed management with communities. And I would like just to reiterate to the body, we thank the gentleman for mentioning that very important aspect na napakalagang bahagi ng ang mga komunidad, lalo na yung mga local communities at yung mga indigenous people, pangangalagan ng ating watersheds, pinanggagalingan po ng ating katubigan. So sana po, since inclusion naman ating main focus, ay kasama din po sila doon sa mga proyekto na pwedeng pondohan, yung kanilang role in terms of watershed management, hindi po nagde-develop ng mga malalaking partnership projects dahil sila po yung pangunahing nangangalaga sa mga kagubatan na pinanggagalingan ng headwaters ng mga water districts din. So, yun lang po.
Thank you very much. There's no other questions. I'd like to ask each of our guest speakers just give a closing remark.
Yeah, very quickly, if we don't address the water sector today, I call this the vicious cycle of destruction. As mentioned, if you have too much rain, all of the topsoil of the farm washed into the rivers, and to improve the productivity, you put chemical fertilizer. The next rainy season, all of that chemical fertilizer now silts the river system. We have to address this. We've been blessed with a lot of rainfall, and yet we allow this to just destroy the environment. The other things really we have to address on an integrated water resources management program, end-to-end, watershed to coast, cannot be by political jurisdiction.
Thank you, Secretary Babes. Attorney Reville, you want to say something?
Again, as I've said, water is all about an issue of development. But I would like to add another layer, which it should be safe water. We should not just be contented with just providing water to the population, but it should be safe, potable, and accessible. So that's why we are doing this, because we have to level up technologies that are now available, and that's what I'm in the leadership of DUA. I would like to together with the water districts, we would like that to be also our thrust in our country. And I also fully subscribe that we should align, harmonize our efforts in ensuring that our water management in the entire country are having a united front, so to speak. We all know that there are competing different sectors who wants to avail of this precious water resource. But if you could just align our resources together, there's a lot of funding that come from the private, from the national government, from the local governments. The reason why Bulacan Bulk Water is a success, because it is a collaboration of so many stakeholders. Now we know, I came from the LGU. I know how it works. There's part of the proprietary capacity of the LGU is that they can invest. They can invest now in the bulk water. I would like to ask it from the LGU. But since government should be an enabler, it should not be a competitor. They should invest to make it work. How do you give it? Give it to an agency that is self-cleaning, just like the formula of the water districts, which is a GOCC. So that after some time, there's a tipping point of an investment. There's no need anymore the investments, because eventually they'll be able to survive on their own. But reality now with the LUA and the water districts, a lot of our water districts are into the development stage, that there must be a continuing investment with them. Just like our poverty incidence in our country, where there are rich LGUs, which is mostly here in Calabarzon, because I can speak for outside Metro Manila, like the Southern Tagalog, there are strong water districts. But the rest of the countryside, they're weak. So they need to be addressed in terms of development. And a lot of that happens in our entire country, just like our poverty incidence in our country. So if you can focus on how to develop our God-given water resources, then we know that the trajectory of governance in our country is in the right direction. Thank you.
Attorney Reville, Mr. Mabulay.
Since baka ako yung last speaker, I'd like to end this with a brighter side. Let's see now. There is now a recognition from the President that there is a water crisis. That is very important. And he gives several occasions, not just one occasion. Second, he's targeting now the creation of Department of Water or Water Resources. So, not only that, pending the legislative process, he created the Water Resource Management Office. I think that is a big, clear sign that he is really serious about addressing this, what he says, what he recognizes as a crisis. And now, it's now even more common to talk about water security. So there is progress with regard to addressing our water problems. Thank you.
Salamat po. I'd like to thank our guest speakers for
sharing their time and insights with us. And I'd like to thank all of you for participating in this last session. Thank you very much.
May I ask our participants to remain on stage? Can I call on committee chairs, Liaison Director Ador Abrojena to give our token of appreciation to our panelists and moderator. Very much. Now that the session is over, I hope that you all had an informative and enlightening forum today. I'd like to thank all our speakers, panelists, and moderators. And finally, to wrap up and finally close the event, may I call in the following order: NEDA Assistant Secretary Eric Planta, Phoenix Director Ador Abrojena, and Chairperson the Inclusion Committee, Gay Santos, for their closing messages. Thank you very much.
Hello, magandang hapon po. Wala po sa programa ako, Miss Gay. Pero ang hirap pong yan eh. Sabi nga nila, what are friends for? So, well, I guess at least from government, technically, we're very happy for the organizers, Acralo, Finex, Forest Foundation, and Water.org for allowing these conversations to happen on a regular basis, Ma'am Gaya. So, marami ang susunod sana. So, of course, we all want a water sustainable future, and apologies for not joining you earlier, pero marami kaming meetings po as admin, Vince. Maraming meetings water. So, in the morning, we met with for an IWRM advisor, and in the early afternoon, we asked our team to meet with the Luwas team for the WDSP. Araw-araw po tubig yung usapan. So I missed out on the interlocutors or water, yung mga challenges. Of course, most likely you've heard all about it. Bago lang po yung mga phases. The insights are really at par with the studies that have been made. Philippine Water Supply Sanitation Master Plan, National Water Security Roadmap. For sure, government, as mentioned by ating mga resource speakers, is really taking to task to solve the problems. Yun nga po yung one thing that we like to again mention, that yung clarity po ng vision ng mga senior officials starting from the president, which is fun for us because for a long time we've not have this attention in the sector. So it's easier to explain stuff to them. But the downside, I don't know if yung downside, yung as administrator, Vince of LUWA and other officials, parang, okay, don't tell me about talk about solutions. So, yeah, so it's really, much of the management time before is talking about, explaining things. Now they want to listen what you have in mind. So it's interesting challenge. But I guess yung what needs to be repeated, yung nila sa amin, and Administrator Vince will add on to some of those, and of course siguro sa mga 5 yung I listed. I guess the first one would be yung looking at the data, yung science, we want science-based information. Hindi na pwedeng kwento-kwentuhan lang. We need informed decision making. And it's not just our boss, Secretary Balisacan, Secretary Ton. Joke no also, it's the same, it's one in unison yung voice po nila. The second would be talking about partnerships and collaboration. So it's a tall order for us to solve the problem. So we need everybody's hands on the deck. So narinig ko rin yung appeal ni Administrator Vince, appeal ni Ms. Gay, water.org. Perhaps DUA could look at those partnerships with DPP, Land Bank, and water.org as a financing institution. And there's so many models to address yung financing problem. The third one would be, I've classified it as innovate. Parang the message that business as usual won't work. And we're not, the bosses are just not thinking about technology. Look at the other solutions. And we've heard, inulit na rin po sa amin ng mga boss namin yung sinabi ni Sec Bibs kanina, yung bulk water. Anong diskarte natin? Pababayaan ba natin yan? So parang may part na yung look at those stuff that, low-hanging fruit o kaya parang look at the problem differently. And hindi na ipaliwanag ni Administrator Vince, kanina rin, kahapon, WRMO talk with the water districts. Nagkakagulo ba kami? So WRMO really made it sure na the voices of both governments are in unison din. Diskartehan yung mga water permits and looking at the drilling, the data also. And the fourth would be an instruction for us to listen and listen more. We may not have all the bright ideas in government. We need all of you here to tell us what. And last and final instruction is, after all those things, make it happen. We want a water sustainable future for all. And yung message po nila. So I guess in all, it's a tall task ahead of us. Dahil hindi po ako matangkad, so we need all of your help, all the individuals here and the institutions that you represent. So tulungan niyo po kami and we will be willing to surprise you with some accomplishments din from time to time. So maraming salamat po.
Good afternoon. You will note that the Phoenix theme for the year, financial inclusion, is one of the primary advocacies of Phoenix. And how did we get into water as part of financial inclusion? It's really Gay who connected this, because he made us see that this is really part of including women and water and women are a big part in financial inclusion. So our main objectives here were threefold. One is first awareness, then second collaborations and partnerships, and third creative solutions that will arise out of this. Okay, so on awareness, we're all aware that the lack of water affects us all. After all, we are 70% water and can't survive more than 3 days without it. But what is more revealing is that while we take it for granted here that water will be available, it is the less fortunate among us that are affected most. The poor in hard-to-reach areas, the women and children who have to devote more of their time to provide water instead of using this to better their lives, like livelihood and education. According to Secretary Loizaga, 11 million Filipinos still have no access to safe water. So we wanted to the awareness to take immediate action on a very basic and universal issue, water security, as it relates to inclusion, women, forest preservation, and communities. We also focus on magnifying the importance of water, solving the water as the intersection in solving a number of sustainable development goals, water and sanitation, women and climate change. And while everybody agrees on the importance, a lot of problems were also brought out. Funding, regulation, coordination among government and private sector. We also learned about the problems and solutions done in our neighbor countries, notably Cambodia and Indonesia. On regulation, we are optimistic that the government is aware of the problem. On water, approach is being proposed with the creation of a department specifically to address regulatory and coordination issues, as well as the use of PPP as a way of going forward. This has the potential to address several interrelated issues like flood control, watershed management, reforestation, sustainability, distribution, that need a strategic, coherent, and coordinated approach using science and data-driven decision-making, which was presented earlier by Secretary Loizaga. On funding, we had a learning session on movables financing, a still unused method of financing in the Philippines. The problems were discussed on why this is not operational, and we looked at the experience of other countries getting it done as a method that would help SME companies the most. So we need to move to the next level to be operational. Secondly, on collaborations and partnerships, we need linkages among stakeholders between wholesalers and wholesale and retail funders, government and private sector, and NGOs. Here we learned about the Commons CSR that's partnering with water.org on this regard, and the Kantilan Bank and water.org partnership, the signing of which we witnessed today. Such a complex problem needs many players to provide an integrated solution. The presence of our friends from Rural Bankers Association, the local water utilities, the NGOs make us hopeful that there will be collaboration with other stakeholders in bringing about this objective. Thirdly, creative solutions arising from awareness and the linkages and collaborations. We are inspired by the experience of the Rotary Club of Sentosa, who in solving a water and sanitation problem, went on to address the larger problem of education and transport, with simply providing bikes to children. What is also amazing is that by recognizing the need, they were able to fund the project using persons and organizations that are already in place to help. Another creative solution we learned are the orange funds, which are designed primarily for addressing gender equality. It is our hope that recognizing the problem, we will all actively think of what we and the organizations we represent can do to help bring about the solutions, as well as who we need to partner with us. In so doing, we hope to see concrete actions and collaborations that will, as Kay said earlier, meaningfully move the needle towards our goal of water security, financial inclusion for women, resilience. On behalf of Phoenix, I would like to express our utmost gratitude to our sponsors, Water.org, Forest Foundation, Accra Law, and Manila Times, for their generous contribution to make this possible. Our thanks also to our speakers and panelists who have given us their valuable time to be with us today and contribute their knowledge and experience on this forum. Lastly, I would like to congratulate our Financial Inclusion Committee members headed by Gay Santos, as well as the Phoenix Secretariat for their untiring efforts to bring this forum to a successful conclusion. Again, thank you everyone and good afternoon.
So I'm more optimistic now than last year. If you recall, former Secretary Babes, the interesting thing is like Secretary Babes, I didn't realize is a close friend of my in-laws. And then he reached out to the headquarters of water.org to connect to me or to the water.org Philippines because of his passion and commitment to really push the agenda for water security in the Philippines. And I'm always grateful, former Secretary Babes. He's very instrumental to bringing the key people here. So thank you. I just want to share a few of the learnings I got out of this forum. It's a lot, and I hope it was a good learning experience for you too. The importance of science-based decision-making coming from Secretary Loizaga. And this is not a CSR. Financial inclusion, climate resilience, as well as water security cannot be a check in the box. It's not purely a government accountability, although government can be instrumental in setting the tone. So I'm feeling very hopeful and optimistic with the newly appointed administrator of LUA, talking about with so much motivation and hopefulness to bring us towards a sustainable solution for the water security in the Philippines. So with that, I also want to thank everyone, our partners and colleagues from Southeast Asia. I don't think you realize we have our partners and colleagues from Cambodia here, as well as from Indonesia. This is meant to be a Southeast Asia gathering to learn from each other. So I hope that the discussion doesn't end here. Of course, Mr. Bomaraka, thank you very much from National Bank of Cambodia. I just want to flash this picture. This picture is coming from my visit in India. As you can sense, it seems like a National Geographic picture, but then waving to me on camera. This is the face of happiness, dignity, and hopefulness, just because they were helped in such a basic need such as water. From here, I hope we continue the dialogue. Thank you, Finex President Lim, my Finex colleagues, the Secretariat, of course, for the good work, my water.org family, colleagues, Manila Times, Forens Foundation, Cummins, Acralo. Thank you for bringing us together, and let's continue the dialogue. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much for the closing remarks. We have a video to look back at today's proceedings. So can we play the video before we go?